let's put ourselves together so that we can have a wonderful experience being in this wonderful state. While we're trying to make ourselves comfortable, ladies and gentlemen, I like to say that you're in Lagos. This state is one in which we say the center of excellence. It is also the land of aquatic splendor. But I've added to all of that this is the place where the grass is greener, and indeed our sun shines brighter. There is nothing that will take place in Nigeria that Lagos State will not be where it will take off. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to this city that is home to every Nigerian. You either have a brother here or you have a sister here. It is the place where you can feel comfortable regardless of what is happening anywhere in this Federal Republic of Nigeria. Therefore, please be comfortable, be at peace. You are indeed in a place where you can afford to relax. I thank you for being part of this conference and exhibition. Like I said, in another few minutes, we will take off formally. Ladies and gentlemen, by your kind permission, I'd like to begin to recognize dignitaries. I'd like to say that the governor of Lagos State is ably represented here by the secretary to the Lagos State government. I'd like to also put our hands together and welcome Mrs. Folashade Jaji. Ladies and gentlemen, we're also honored with the distinguished presence of the permanent secretary in the Federal Ministry of Transportation. She will be standing in for the Minister of State for Transportation, Senator Gbemisola Saraki. We have Dr. Magdalene Ajani. I'd like to welcome you, Ma. We also have the presence of the chairperson of the Forum of Honorable Commissioner for Transport across the Federal Republic of Nigeria. She is the Honorable Commissioner for Transport in Niger State. Please, let's put our hands together and welcome Honorable Ramatu Mohammed. I also would like to welcome Dr. Frederick Oladende, who is also the Honorable Commissioner for Transportation, Lagos State. We have the distinguished presence of the Corps Marshal. Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Boboye Oyeyemi, MFR, MNI. I welcome you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I have not started this in any order of protocol. I know that we have a very distinguished presence of permanent secretaries from Lagos State. I'd like to mention some of them. As I let my eyes rove around, I will keep doing this recognition for parts of the program. Please let me also say that Mr. Oluseyi Uwenu is here. I welcome you, sir. I have also seen Mr. Bode Agoro. I'd like to welcome you too, sir. I have seen Mr. Biodun Onoyele. I also would like to welcome Engineer Daramola. I'll go on with all of these. I also would like to say that the Director General of the Nigeria Institute of Transport Technology, Dr. Bayero Sali Farah, is also expected here. I hope he's here. The Director General of NIMASA, the Managing Director, NPA. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will keep doing these recognitions as we go on, but please, so that we can take off formally, I'd like us to start this program by having the national anthem. May I ask all of us to please rise so we can have the national anthem. Please, after two. Thank you. Please, while we're still standing, we'll take the second stanza of the national anthem as the opening prayer, and we can together recite it. Please, O God of creation, direct our noble cause and guide our leaders right. Help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true, great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Amen. Thank you. Please, let's be seated. The Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Olushola, by the Secretary, Mrs. Folashade Jaji, the Honorable Minister of State, ably represented by the Permanent Secretary in the Federal Ministry of Transportation, Dr. Magdalene Ajani, Honorable Commissioners from the 36 states of Nigeria, especially the Host Commissioner, Dr. Frederick Oladende, and the Chairperson of the Forum of Honorable Commissioners, Niger State Commissioner for Transportation, Honorable Ramatu Mohammed, Special Advisors, Permanent Secretaries, Body of Permanent Secretaries, Lagos State, and other Permanent Secretaries from the 36 states of Nigeria, heads of government agencies and parastatals, directors, captain of industry, our guest speaker, the Secretary General of the Africa Ship Owners Association and co-chair of APTA, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I like to say that there are a lot of movers and shakers around. I will probably not be able to recognize each and every one of you, but I take it that you are all very distinguished individuals. And therefore, on behalf of myself and on behalf of the organizers of this event, I'd like you to turn to your neighbor, say something very nice to them, and that will be a welcome and a recognition for all of the distinguished persons that are in this hall. Please take a minute, say something nice to your neighbor. Thank you very much. Indeed, Professor Oni had assisted me greatly to move from where he is to where the commercial is, to give him a warm good morning. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'd like to directly then invite for the welcome address, the Honorable Commissioner for Transportation in Lagos State. I will invite Dr. Frederick Oladende for the welcome address.
The Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by SSG, Mrs. Folashade Jaji, the Honorable the Honorable Minister for Transportation, ably represented by the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Transportation, Dr. Magdalene Ajani. Please allow me to stand on existing protocol. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to this maiden edition of the National Transport Technology Conference and Exhibition, which we are hosting live in Lagos today. I would like to extend a special welcome and thanks to our distinguished speakers and panelists who have agreed to share with us their knowledge, insight, and expertise. The National Transport Commissioners Forum, under the umbrella and support of the Federal Ministry of Transportation, has deemed it fit to organize this maiden edition conference themed multimodality and interconnectivity, achieving an efficient and greener transport system in Nigeria, in order to create an avenue that will avail all states of the Federation an opportunity to discuss and dissect topical issues affecting the Nigerian transport industries while proffering solutions with the mind and intention of aligning methodologies and processes for enhanced efficiencies and effectiveness. This conference is taking place at a pivotal time in our nation where a sustainable roadmap is required to shape the future of transportation. Not only is transportation an economic sector in its own right that generates revenue, income, and employment, it is also a critical component essential to the performance of other key sectors, namely external trade, tourism, and security. Therefore, gathered here in this hall today are government bureaucrats, transport stakeholders, key decision makers, industry experts, and operators in the road, rail, water, and air transport sector who are set to discuss the current and emerging trends in the smart transport infrastructure, as well as fashion out ways of integrating them into the Nigerian transport space. As structured, the conference reflects on various topics. All the sessions provide an overview and in-depth knowledge and practice of key transport-related issues. So day one will provide insight into integrated national security and waterways protection infrastructure, looking at the Deep Blue project. We shall be discussing the development of a strategic transport master plan focusing on Lagos, the role of inland port in boosting the transport economy would also be discussed today. While on day two, we will focus on the future of intelligent transportation in Nigeria, leveraging on technology to address the transport and logistic challenges in Nigeria, public-private partnership in cargo aerodrome, water transportation as an alternative to road transportation, and leveraging state light rail mass transit scheme for economic turnaround. I have no doubt that the deliberations at this conference and insight gained will contribute positively to advancing the overall objective of our being here. I therefore enjoin all the attendees to make the most of this day, of this event, as they go back to their various bays and implement the ideas and concepts discussed. It is of utmost importance to create time to visit our exhibition stands in this arena to see some of the technological innovations that have been deployed in Lagos and other states to enhance transport operations. Our professionals and well-seasoned officials are on standby to answer questions on the actualization of these interventions. On this note, I would like to commend and congratulate the organizers of this event. It is my sincere hope that the laudable event will not be a one-off, but a key feature of the country's transport calendar. Now, this welcome address will not be adequate without giving you a brief about Lagos State, the center of excellence. Lagos State has the highest population, largest workforce, and the strongest demand for urban transportation. It is home to over 22 million people, and we have to deal with over 15 million daily commuting, which includes workers, students, and all these trips, 95% of these trips are actually on our road rather than on other modes of transportation. Ladies and gentlemen, in a country where the national average is 16 cars per kilometer of road, Lagos records an average of 227 cars per kilometer of road. Hence, all types of challenges are encountered daily and the need to be creative in providing solutions. However, Lagos State government is installing 6,000 kilometers of fiber metro network connection across the state as part of the comprehensive smart city program aimed at providing a 24-hour driven economy. The implementation of the smart city project is to enable governance, connectivity, and environmental security. And the use of technology will make reporting of security, health incidents easy to reach and promote access to major stakeholders in the government. The project would also incorporate smart technologies into transport infrastructure surveillance and security, healthcare services, education, and government services. It would make Lagos to be technologically developed through the provision of affordable internet access, thereby bridging the gap between people and the government. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you once again to Lagos State, the Center of Excellence. I thank you for your attention and wish you a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure we have not done Dr. Oladeyinde a world of good. We need to do that again. Oh. God bless you as you do so. Please let me quickly recognize the national president of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. Like Nigeria, I'd like to recognize Barrister Mrs. Mfo Uzoro. I welcome you. God bless you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear from the chairperson, Nigerian Transportation Commissioners Forum, and the Niger State Commissioner for Transportation. My pleasure to invite Honorable Ramatu Mohammed to the podium.
Good morning to you all. The SSG to the Lagos State Government, Mrs. Folashade Jaji, representing the Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Transportation, Dr. Madeline Ajani, representing the Honorable Minister of State, the Corps Marshal, Federal Road Safety, Dr. Boboye Oyeyemi, and our host commissioner, my brother, Dr. Frederick Oladeyinde. Honorable commissioners here from various states, and then within the transportation sector, and then commissioners from other ministries, permanent secretaries present here, directors general present here. I'm sorry, I can't go on, but I'll just head to my welcome address. I'm sorry, my keynote address. We are honored to have you grace this occasion with your presence, especially given the tight schedules we're operating on. A little over a year ago, on May 24th, 2021 to be precise, the annual retreat of the Nigeria Transportation Commissioners Forum resulted in a roundtable discussion with the Honorable Minister of State, distinguished Senator Rukayat Bemisola Saraki. The forum analyzed various issues affecting and mitigating the growth of our transportation industry. The solution to these issues were identified to be embedded in technology. Since then, distinguished guests, all efforts have been channeled towards introducing a national transportation technology exhibition conference aimed at bringing all key stakeholders in the transportation industry under one umbrella to explore emerging trends in the global transportation space and evaluate feasible ways to implement and domesticate these trends in our rather stagnant or dwindling sector for state and national economic growth and development. Technological innovations have made a profound impact on the effectiveness and development of other economic sectors in developed and developing nations. The application of technological innovations in the health sector has resulted in more effective diagnostic and treatment processes, while the application in the agricultural sector has increased productivity and supply of goods and services. We have witnessed the benefits of applying technologies ranging from the use of automatic number plate recognition system to the body cameras employed by the Federal Road Safety, the implementation of computerized vehicle inspection services to drivers testing services, deployment of robust security system holistically known as the Deep Blue Sea Project, as well as improving rail services with the incorporation of e-ticketing, etc. The benefits observed from application of these innovations are undeniably enormous. However, the transportation sector has only scratched the surface of the rapidly emerging technologies which could enhance the primary objective of safety and security, as well as revenue generation at both state and federal levels. Hence, this bespoke conference to showcase these products, to adopt these services, and to improve our sector straight at the grassroots level. The forum is not unaware of excellence achieved by individuals, organizations, and states from the public and private sector to improve transportation in the Federation. These achievements will be recognized during an award night, rounding up the conference tomorrow, Wednesday, the 8th, 2022. More information will be provided by the Secretariat at the appropriate time. Therefore, it is my pleasure to welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen. The Nigeria Transportation Commissioners Forum is optimistic that this conference will henceforth chart the course for transformation of the sector to align with global best practices, reduce the rates of accidents, introduce investors with subsequent increase in revenue generation, and contribute to the overall national development and standard of living. Before I leave, okay, I'd like to highlight that this today will be my final public appearance in my present capacity. In my present capacity as the chairman of the Nigerian Transportation Commissioners Forum and the Commissioner of Transport, Niger State, as I've been reappointed as the Commissioner of Investment, Commerce, and Industries, Niger State. I would like to also introduce my new esteemed colleague, Barrister Mohammed Tanko Zakari, who is the new Commissioner for Transportation for Niger State. Barrister. Welcome to the team. I'm sure you do well. He's a good guy, so I'm sure you won't be missing much with my absence. But yes, once again, welcome. I welcome you all to the National Transportation Technology Conference and Exhibition with the theme, multimodality, and accessibility, achieving a greener transport system in Nigeria. I thank you all.
Can we please put our hands together for Madam the Chairperson? One of my commitments this morning is to ensure that we do this in precision and as quickly as possible. So we will go on to the goodwill messages. And I'd like to first invite the Corps Marshal, Federal Road Safety Corps. I'd like to invite Dr. Boboye Oyeyemi, MFR, MNI, to please deliver his goodwill message. Can we please put our hands together?
His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, represented by the Secretary to the State Government, who has been of assistance to us, Mrs. Folashade Jaji. Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of State, Federal Minister of Transportation, represented by my dear sister, the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Magdalene Ajani. Madam, good morning. Thanks for your support. Our Chief Host Commissioner, I couldn't recognize you. The last time I saw you in December, you were carrying beers, and suddenly you have changed. I was telling Shegun that where is Frederick? Because once I was speaking to the governor is say, discuss with Frederick. And I asked the governor one day, I said, Your Excellency, who is Frederick? He said, oh, money, that's my commissioner for transportation. So today I said, Shegun, where's Frederick? He said, Oga Uniye, Otishew, my commissioner, good morning. Then let me also recognize all the state commissioners for transport, transportation, and all the great stakeholders here present this morning. And I welcome all of you. And I thank the chairperson for inviting me. She has made several appeals to see me and for us to discuss on a number of things. But today I'm here live. And I'm happy as I'm still here. I can see you as you are winding down as the chairperson. And let me also thank all the transport commissioners. We had the implementation workshop for the Nigerian Road Safety Strategy 2, 2021 to 2030, from 11th to 10th to 11th May 2022 at Fraser Suites in Abuja. Most of the honorable commissioners were present and others were sent representatives. In all, we had about 33 out of 36, which is more than a pass mark. And I must appreciate the current permanent secretary, Dr. Ajani, for our interest in transportation, especially road transportation. I'm here to just deliver a goodwill message, and the theme is very apt. I recognize Professor Badejo, I can see him, and Professor Oni. Professor Oni taught me intermodal transportation at UNILAG then in the early 90s. So I recognize all the professors here, all the agencies. When we are looking at the theme of multimodality and interconnectivity, achieving an efficient and greener transportation system in Nigeria, I think we've struck it right. Because the dynamics of 21st century that we are moving, the whole global level, a lot of things are changing. And every time I discuss with Dr. Ajani and other key experts, my focus has always been on the intermodal transportation system. I was very well taught by Professor Niat Unilag. And there's no way we want to talk about transportation in Nigeria today without talking about intermodal. And that is why this is very, very apt. Intermodal transportation system, interconnectivity, multimodality, that is the way forward. A case like of Lagos and other coastal states that have the riverine, they have the rail, and the solution to the transportation problem of Nigeria is the maximum utilization of the modal transportation systems. Then you talk about connectivity. Let's take Lagos, for example. Lagos have the rail. They have the inland waters, and they have the air, and they have the road. So when you are talking about Lagos, it's a very good example of the best approach in Nigeria on intermodal transportation system. And we have a challenge. The transportation system in Nigeria is in crisis. The transportation system accounts, the road transportation accounts for about 90% of the transportation mode. So there's so much pressure on road. If we can have diversification and have the proper interconnectivity, intermodal, that will solve our problem. If the rail can be put into great use for the public, that will reduce a lot of pressure on the road and also reduce the pressure on the federal roads. Presently in Nigeria, we have about 204,000 kilometers of road network, and the country will now have a landmass of 924,000 square kilometers and vehicular density of 16.1 million vehicles. And you look at a population of 203 million Nigerians. Lagos alone accounts for 40% of vehicular density and accounts for 43% of the driver's license. So it's very apt to have this year's program in Lagos. This is not a matter of echo for sure, but this is the reality we have on ground. So if Lagos decides to cause trouble, then everybody will only battle with 60%. And at my SSG, anytime your GM MVA wants to do shakara, he will call me and say, come and share, you know we account for 40% of vehicles in Nigeria. You must recognize me very well. You know I'm very, very important. Mrs. Lape, we are very close. I must commend her for the great collaboration. Say, driver's license and vehicle, sure you know we have a larger share. So you must give me my place in the role of things. You must consult me. So I always consult her. So we need to look, it's good we are looking at this intermodal really. And I'm happy the PAMSEC is there, who's very dynamic, and she has the passion. And she just came back from Morocco a few weeks ago, and the next thing she was in my office that, Boboye, I'm leading a team to come and see what we have in Nigeria and what we saw there. By the time she finished the tour, she said, yo, Boboye, you are ahead. We are satisfied with what you are doing, and we still need to meet. And she spent 2.5 hours in my office, and we deliberated on so many things. And what she's even talking about is, apart from the intermodal, she's talking about interagency collaborations. This is one area we need to look at this forum. It's not only interconnectivity or intermodal, interagency collaboration and cooperation is very critical. My PAMSEC, am I right? That's your language. That's what you said, that all agencies should come together. If you are talking about intermodal, interconnectivity, interagency, without interagency cooperation, we cannot achieve anything. So MPA, Shippers Council, Rail, FRSC, Aviation, everybody must be speaking on the same language. Because if you go to UK, for example, if you land at Heathrow now, you have the surface train, you have the road, you have all the modes of transportation can be applied. And for Lagos, my advice is, Lagos is fully on course, but to maximize this and reduce the traffic. I remember when I was very young and I joined the public service then, and I was doing training. I was a broadcaster before I ran away from it. I was doing training at FRCM training school at Shogunle. We normally come to Ikoyi for practicals at the broadcasting house. We just walk from the training school at Shogunle to the train station at Shogunle, and the train will carry us to Yaba. From Yaba, we just take the bus, then those Lagos City bus to Obalende, then the rest we just walk through. That's the morning exercise. But I was taken aback, that is not possible again, because another thing is the sustainability. Even if you are talking about the intermodal transportation system, how do we sustain this? We must have a master plan. And I'm happy that the PAMSEC said this, if this is the only thing I can do before I finish on the Nigerian transport policy, I must commend our ruggedity and doggedness in getting things done. He said, if this is the only thing I can achieve, I will make sure this comes to life. We've been on the national transport policy since 1992 at Tafawa Balewa Square in Lagos here. And with a promise, I think that is That's we really define and get more things done. We don't have a policy up to now, but I must commend what she's doing in respect of this. With the policy aligned with the road safety strategy, aligned with other policy documents, I think we're on course. Because even if you have the intermodal connectivity, I don't have a policy document to back it. You don't have anything. Just don't come and speak. There must be a document to back it up. And that is the National Transport Policy. And with the National Transport Policy coming on board fully, it will address some of this, it spells out the rules. But let me again commend the Lagos State government for collaborating with other agencies. I must thank you, Your Excellency, through the SSG for this collaboration, and to Mr. Frederick too. All the issues we bring, we are working as a team. I'm not complaining. I don't have any complaint other than give us more money for us to do more for you. Give me more vehicles, you will see the magic. Give me more ambulances, give me more bikes. I will compliment others. So with this, I will be around for the 2 days and we make more contributions, but I'm so impressed about the turnout. And for the commissioners, I must really thank you in all the states who have been supporting road safety. You have given us vehicles, ambulances, recovery vehicles here and there. I must, on behalf of the management and the commission, I must thank you. The solution is what you have done, and whatever we achieve there, I think we should take the next step forward towards the full implementation. It should not be a talk show. And we'll play our roles that we're supposed to play. The PAMSEC is already driving to get it done. And I'm happy about this, seeing my president of the CILT, and I'm sure this CIOTA too is also here to play their role. These are the two key professional bodies in the transportation industry that are very critical, and they have a role to play in the National Transport Policy, in other policy documents for the full implementation. On this note, it's just a goodwill message. I say good morning, and may God bless all of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are actually kept safe on the road by the activities of the Corps Marshal. So please, let's do him the honors of saying that we are grateful to him and his men. Thank you for doing that. I'd like to recognize commissioners from across Nigeria. I'd like to recognize Honorable Mohammed, the Honorable Commissioner for Transportation, Plateau State. Welcome you, sir. His brother commissioner from Niger State, Barrister Mohammed Zakari. Thank you for being here. Also from Kebbi State, the Commissioner for Works and Transport, Honorable Abubakar Ladan. Welcome you, sir. From Edo State, Engineer Osasari Ebu Buan. I'm sorry if I didn't get that right. I should have asked you before now. Engineer Benga Dairo is the Honorable Commissioner for Transportation, Ogun State. And as I understand it, is the Secretary for this Commissioners Forum. I also would like to recognize and welcome Mr. Tubosun Alake, the Special Advisor to Lagos State on Science and Technology. I welcome you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're supposed to have quite a number of goodwill messages, but you know what today is. So we actually do not have the full complement of the personalities we have invited. So we will go on to the keynote address. And I like to say that The gentleman that has been invited is a teacher par excellence. He attended the prestigious and premier University of Ibadan, where he had a BSc honors in geography with specialization in transportation. He then went on to the other university in Nigeria, the University of Lagos, for his postgraduate studies. I do not want to say anything about that, where he obtained a master's degree and also a PhD. He has since been lecturing and researching urban transportation and logistic planning and integration and coordination of multimodal transportation. He is an erudite scholar, an astute university professional and consultant. He has wide knowledge and scientific framework for transportation modeling in urban transport service provision. He has contributed on several occasions to fundamental issues relating to transport policies and guidelines in Nigeria. He's very active in the industry and the public sector. He is a consultant to numerous international, federal, state, and local agencies, as well as the private sector. He is a prolific writer, a versatile academic, and outstanding researcher. And he has to his credit over 70 academic publications in local and international learned journals, and has also attended over 100 local and international learned conferences in over 50 countries in Africa, Europe, Asia, and America. He's also been to over 20 major cities in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite, and by that same token, recognize our keynote speaker, Professor Iyola Oni, FCIT, FNS. Professor Oni is currently the director of the Center for Multimodal Transport Studies at the University of Lagos. Please let's put our hands together as I welcome him to give the keynote address.
Thank you very much, the MC, for the words of encomium. His Excellency, Governor of Lagos State, the Minister of State, Transport, Gbemisola Saraki, ably represented by Permanent Secretary, a dogged fighter, and Dr. Magdalene Ajani, the Chairman, Commissioners Forum, Honorable Commissioners, especially the host, Dr. Frederick Oladeji, the counterparts in Ogun State, the neighboring state, Benga Dairu, because they share the same problems when this issue of traffic starts. The Corps Marshal of the Federation, Dr. Boboye Oyemi, MFR, MNI, the stakeholders, principal stakeholders, actually the professional ones, CIUTA, CILT, members of the fourth realm, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a very, very special privilege and honor for me to have been invited to give this keynote. What is more key to our existence is to live in a livable, manageable, functional, accessible, interactive, meaningful, friendly, and sustainable environment. But what do we have? We still have problem with the framework for urbanization and rural development, and the mix is still not yet there The right mix is not yet there. The rural areas are not being developed accessibility-wise, and as such, what you find out is everyone wants to rush to the urban centers. So at the end of the day, the urban centers are not able to cope with the demands, like I said, especially Lagos and Ogun. If you look at the statistics of accidents that do happen in Nigeria, Ogun have a very, very long share. There's all those traffic coming from the northeast and so on. By the time they get to Ogun State, they are tired. I must not start this discussion by not looking at if we can solve Lagos problem, then there's no problem in Nigeria, because Lagos stands to, house most of those key functions, and being center of excellence. They have been trying to manage their problems through the creation of Lamata. They try their hands on policy. And in fact, it's the only state in Nigeria that has the NMT policy. That's the non-motorized transport. There's a round of applause for that. It's very, very key. And they've been able to realize that what they need is public transportation, not the use of cars. So they have been able to come up with BRT. Right now, they are working on about 6 or 7 different rail lines: blue, red, purple, green, yellow, and so on. You have the LASMA, you have the LASWA, you have the LACRIS, and so on. And 2 major things they have done that we will need others to also emulate is this issue of traffic operational manual. This is not just the FRSC highway code and all that, but that has been in place. And what they call the traffic management units, although they now call it traffic management planning, because certain aspects, the federal or state cannot manage some of those sections. So the local governments are already doing that. So let me quickly go into my paper. Accessibility and mobility in achieving a greener transport system in Nigeria. What do we mean by accessibility? This is the degree of reachability, how easy it is for people to have access to health, to work, to this and that. And we are talking of multimodality, which eventually, I'm happy that the Corps Marshal of the Federation has even given the paper before, because he alluded to the fact that the issue of, it's not just a question of having multimodal transport, but how integrated are they, how coordinated are they? This has to be done by agencies. And if we're able to do this, then we'll be able to have greener transport system. When we say greener transport system, it doesn't mean you have to paint your car green, but it means you want a kind of livable environment whereby the development of today will be sustainable. Now, I have about 10 different items there. Transportation system in Nigeria. I look at the transport modes, which eventually rolls out as road, rail, water, air, and pipeline. Then I look at the concept of accessibility, then the fundamental issues affecting accessibility in Nigeria, multimodal transport system in Nigeria and its benefits, intelligent transport system. This facilitates accessibility, mobility, and green transport system towards achieving an efficient and intelligent transport system, greener transportation. Then policies for sustainable accessibility and multimodality in urban areas, way forward and conclusion. Now, transport system in Nigeria. This is mostly driven by the government. It contributes about 3.5% to the GDP, currently valued at 2.6 trillion naira. We are being characterized, like the commercial said, that we have a lot of crises. Poor intermodal and multimodal integrated connectivity. A lot of times when I go to Zaria to do exam at NITT, I realize that I would have come to reach Lagos within 2 hours, leaving Zaria, whereas my counterparts and colleagues going to Yobe and other places might still be on the way for almost two days. This is not the best. The time we waste on road and other things Then we have weak institutions, as well as poor institutional arrangement with ill-defined responsibility. Institution whereby you have 3 systems of government: federal, state, and local. And none of them is working together, either vertically or horizontally. It's a very big problem. I would have even expected the Minister of Aviation to be here, because they're also part of the system, as well as the NNPC, because we are talking of the pipeline. Pipeline is a very key and integral part of what we are talking about. Walking and pedestrianization, as well as cycling and riding feeder public transport, connecting buses to rail and all that. There won't be Heathrow Airport if there is no rail line. We all know that. And most of the airports and seaports in Nigeria are actually rail-based now, from one terminal to the other. So then we have weak financial and legal mechanism, Now we have a lot of overdependence on cars. This we call the unimodal. This increases traffic, parking spaces, and so on and so forth. My PhD thesis was titled Car Park Provision and Planning for Metropolitan Lagos. To some people, say, what is important in parking? If you have a car, you need 2 or 3 car parks, where you stay, where you are going to, and where you visit, and so on. Issue of traffic congestion is there. Poor funding generating drive and technical expertise. There is a wide gap between academic research, innovation, industry, in development efforts. We have to work together. In the state of Pennsylvania, the University of Pennsylvania work a lot assiduously, where the product of the research is what the industry use. Less attention to technological inclination. And on that, we have high level of informality in our public transport system. This I call the Okada and Keke Napep debacle. It's a big debacle. I pity Dr. Fred Oladende, and I wish you safe landing on this issue of Okada. In Kano, there is no Okada. So why can't we have a state free of Okada in Lagos? Now, road transport in Nigeria. This is the most fundamental means of transport. We talk about total length. We have a situation whereby the truncated road carries about just 17%, while the state one, 16. And the local government that doesn't have the wherewithal, they don't have the resources, they don't have the technical expertise, they have about 67%. And by and large, 90% of passengers and freight rely on road network, while 90% of internal and cross-border activities are done on the road. Freight movement is also done by the road. We have excessive pressure on road. That's why I pity Dr. Boboye Yemi, because all the traffic that should have been carried by rail or water and air are placed on road, and that gives a lot of more pressure. And we now say that the transport, the planning and management of it could make or mar your cities that you are actually looking at. We talk about a lot of contributions they are making. Then about rail, we have the rail transport system that is only, in most times, looking at intercity and interregional linkages without the intra-urban system. And if you go to most of the Scandinavian countries, there's hardly any city that doesn't have tramways. I don't know how we got to that level. We used to have tram in the Butemeta area, in Lagos. All those things are gone. And it is when you have, we say Lagos mega city, a city that has more than 10 million people. Of course, we are more than 20 million. So we shouldn't be talking of Okada or Keke Napep. For efficiency, we need to have a large carrier such as BRT on the road with special attention, as well as rail, to move people, and more investment on water. Even in Sokoto, a lot of people use water, but they are having a lot of accident issues. We have River Niger, River Benue, that are all navigable, and in which case we can make use instead of everything going on the road. Now we need massive investment, but recently we see that the government has been pumping in so much money on the rail system. New efforts to link Nigeria with neighboring states by rail is there. The massive investment in intra and intercity rail service, especially in the first-class cities. The first-class cities is not about academic performance, it's about population and activity. Mega cities such as Lagos, Kano, Abuja, and Port Harcourt should be given special attention. These are the ones that are carrying the. So what we are looking at is having, as a matter of policy, a rail-based linking airport and seaport. If I'm going to travel through the international airport in Lagos, I need to, and I'm coming from Abuja, I need to highlight at MM1 or MM2, carry out my bag, then travel again by the road, enter traffic before I get to the international airport. I realized that I would have missed my flight, whereas it should have been, rail-based. Even in factories, in most civilized countries, have rail-base to carry their items. For water transport in Nigeria, we have a coastline of about 900 kilometers. I'm happy Mrs. Foloncho is there. Later on, you'll be talking to us about the Blue Sea economy. The Blue Sea economy is not just about the maritime issues and oceans, but we have our own inland waterways. We used to travel up to Baro, Lokoja, by inland waterways. And we have about almost 4,000 navigable inland waterways. And 22 states out of about 36 are really relevant. But we have high waterways capacity with gross underutilization. In this aspect, I score all very, very low. There's very low progress in this. Prospect to offer more economical, energy efficient and environmental friendly means of transport is very important. We are faced with obsolete infrastructural facilities, poor funding and lack of dredging in most of these areas. I remember when we were trying to look at the areas that are in difficulties. We chose River State. We went to Akuktoru and Asaritoru local government to see how people fare by the use of water. We realized that it's the infrastructural facilities are not just really there for people to do efficient whatever. And like in Asaritoru local government, you find a situation whereby the facilities are not just there, everybody's clamoring for vehicle and so on and so forth. Then we have little involvement and participation of the private sector. Safety, flexibility, accessibility, and cost are the fundamental issues affecting this sector. Safety has been alluded to by the FRSC commercial. Flexibility, where you need to merry-go-round before. If somebody, for instance, lives in Ikorodu and he works in Victoria Island, he doesn't need to be on the road, or he works in Papa. These are all the issues we are talking about. We have the air transportation, and the federal and the state, they are trying to ensure that they have a say in this. We have seen the contribution which the air transport has given, and the number of jobs, both direct and indirect, by the from the aviation sector. Now the pipeline transportation. Now you ordinarily, if we engage the use of pipeline the way it should be, the tankers, the water tankers, the gas tankers, the diesel tankers wouldn't just be on the road. If they're going to be on the road, it will be minimal. We have over 5,000 kilometer stretch of pipeline across the country. Most economic medium of transporting crude oil, they're mostly used for transportation of crude oil, gas, and liquid. It is important for water, energy distribution in urban areas. Infrastructure shortfalls, right of way, difficult terrain, and pipeline vandalization are the major constraints impeding the effective use of this. What is the concept of accessibility itself? Currently, we are saying that Nigerian transport system is devoid of accessibility. Transport mobility, transport systems, infrastructure, mobility substitutes. Quality and affordability are important factors that determine accessibility level. World Bank report of 2020 estimated Nigeria Rural Access Index at 25.5%. Approximately 3/4 of Nigeria rural population do not have access to transportation infrastructure. And that's why you see most of those agricultural products just went away after the large harvest from those villages. This is critical for accessibility is critical for efficient logistics, distribution, physical distribution, and supply chain. Drive for agriculture, trade, commerce, industry, good health, knowledge, economic, and social development. Good transport accessibility promotes connectivity and social cohesion, essential for both rural and urban development. Integrated multimodality is an important drive for this accessibility. Now, what are the fundamental issues affecting accessibility? Absence of long-term strategic planning resulting to reactive plan. We plan in most times without facts. We just do a kind of estimates and allocate resources. Either we over-allocate or under-allocate. Weak institutional arrangement and regulatory uncertainty. Policy somersault where it exists. Lack of private-public technology partnership in transport development and management. Lack of data for adequate planning. I will single out Lagos State in this matter. For over 20 years, the matter has been doing great in terms of data acquisition, because they know that without proper data and planning, they cannot tackle most of the problem. Underfunding, excessive pressure on available infrastructure, poor intelligent transport integration. Now, multimodal transport system in Nigeria is characterized by poor multimodal integration and connectivity, low level of infrastructure through manpower development, ineffective policy and regulatory framework, gender disparity in the access and use of urban public transport. In most of those public buses, you are carrying baby, don't enter. You carry baby, don't enter. If you carry big bag, don't enter. You only want to carry some people that are, Then mass transiting, as we are talking about, should look at rail, road, and water, and the need for functional and efficient transport system, which is available and accessible to all in spite of age, tribe, geographical location, and financial capacity. Now, what are the benefits of multimodal transportation? Cost effectiveness, reliability, safety, promptness, employment, and trade boosting. Was the role of intelligent transport system, ITS. This is a driving force to facilitate efficient transportation, improve mobility and infrastructure. This is essential to achieve sustainable transportation, as well as improve the operational efficiency of existing stock of transportation infrastructure, as well as reduce associated environmental impact and ensure safety and security. Now, we are talking, it will also improve traffic flows and benefits through increased travel time saving, increased productivity in business and transportation sector, slow speed at incorporating ITS into our transport sector is a key issue. ITS is very important to our nation's transport sector. It requires trained personnel to drive its efficiency. The important areas ITS can facilitate accessibility and greener system. This is in the area of planning, safety and security, monitoring and evaluation, weather forecast, emission prevention and monitoring, tracking, traffic control and management, infrastructure development, transport database creation and management, parking management, operation and policy formulation. Efficient, intelligent transport system strategies in Nigeria. We need to train more scientists and engineers. The national research base should have sufficient investment in cutting-edge research To generate new ideas and knowledge, we need to build strong partnership, which should be established between government agencies, universities, and private companies to accelerate the development, diffusion, and implementation of new ideas and knowledge. A strong base of high value added transmission to encourage the application of technologies should be established and maintained. A legal and regulatory framework for innovation should be pursued. In the road transport today, I don't know who is in charge of road transport in Nigeria, whether it's NURTW or FRCA, Federal Road Safety Commission or state, or maybe Dr. Ladende will prefer answer to that later on. A legal and regulatory framework for innovation should be pursued. Increase public funding for medium to longer term research, expanding R&D tax credited, promoting government university industry research partnership, greener transportation. This is also seen as sustainable transport. Sustainable transportation that do not negatively impact the environment. Rail to rail, which has the train, mass transit through tram, public transport. It should be public transport, rather than car. We need to sensitize our people. When you go to some houses in Abuja, you find about 42 cars for a senator, when it's not ABC transport. So this is a problem. It's a problem. Use of electric hybrid vehicles and energy efficient transport means targets to address threats to climate change, health implications, and accidents through carbon emissions reduction. Then we have to have framework to support policymakers to formulate broad-based greener transportation policies, as well as adopt sustainable transport systems with efficient fuel usage, eco buses, eco boats, light electric trains, regular evaluation and enforcement of legislation and laws, and the sector regulation. We need to have proper, this is to the Federal Ministry of Transport. Sector regulation is very, very key. I asked that question, who is in charge of road transport? Yes, yeah, you have the NCAA, you have the FAA, all of them are doing well. You can't just put your aeroplane in the sky without proper regulation. But on the road, it's all commerce affairs. You see somebody who has never ridden bicycle in his home state, you come to Lagos and start riding Okada. And when we went for a program in Nasarawa State, we were finding it difficult to go to those villages because the people riding with those bicycles neither understand English or Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa. The only thing they understand is the native language. These are serious issues. Policy for sustainable accessibility in Nigeria's urban centers. There are 6 thematic areas proposed by SSATP. That is, we have to strengthen the institutional framework for urban transport management. We have to create funding sources dedicated to urban transport management. This, the FRSC called the alternative funding, and that has been at the National Assembly for quite a long time now. Promoting effective participation of civil society, improving multimodal planning and enhancement of public transport, as well as para-transit service. Federal government assistance for the management of urban transport in secondary cities. As we have the first-class cities, we also have the secondary cities within those states, and in which case the state or the local government may not have enough resources to do that. Then regularly we need to have traffic impact assessment, not just environmental impact, traffic impact assessment. What impact is the traffic that we are generating in certain areas? Now, how do we improve accessibility? One, inclusiveness, which means whatever consideration we are having should have people oriented rather than car oriented. You plan to move people and not how to move car. Disabilities, people with impaired vision, people on wheelchair, people who have one element or the other should be given consideration to also be able to have access to certain areas. If you don't do a kind of facility to enable a physically challenged person to access certain locations, they find it difficult. Signages and information. One of the greatest problems we have is we don't have signages and information. In most cities around the world, you even see signages being put on the road, apart from the signboards and all that. Then needs assessment, very, very key, very, very key. In certain areas where they need to be given boats, we need to supply boats. But by the time you say, oh, you want them to be using car, you do bridges for them. You're adding more to their problem and tampering with the environment. Now, the public-private sector options, the public-private partnership for infrastructure development and management is very key. Infrastructure concession and privatization. Tolling system, we must just do tolling. If we don't do tolling, how do we maintain and manage those roads? Private sector partnership is specific in specific transport-related areas. The way forward, we need efficient transportation regulatory framework, promotion and implementation of national transport policy. The national transport policy is a long time, I saw it last. We have one that was moribund, but I'm sure Dr. Ajani should assist us in bringing it out. We'll be happy to have it because we need it to back whatever we are doing. It's like our Bible that will show the Quran. Mechanism for monitoring compliance of government agencies and transport operators. Creating an enabling environment for private investment within the sector. Not everything should go, it has to be Sanwo-Olu, it has to be Abiodun. No, private sector has a lot of role to play in the development of our transportation system. Ensuring integrated connectivity through integration of intelligent transport system, innovation in all modes of transport. Encouraging non-motorized transport, NMT, through walking and bicycling. Again, Lagos State has done wonderfully well. I think it's still the only state in Nigeria that has NMT policy. Partnership and collaboration with the Academia for Research, restructuring of transport training institutions on the ITS and Transport Information Communication and Technology. We call that TICT. A comprehensive inventory of transportation infrastructure. I think NITT Zaria is trying to do something on that. Development and implementation of multimodal transportation policy, very, very critical. Encouragement of energy efficient and greener means of transportation. Adequate funding for intra-city rail and water transportation. Effective mass transit system. Shorter walking distances at connections with clear signs and information. Any city or any environment, people should be able to move around and participate in the process of development. In conclusion, I say that multimodalism will promote accessibility, thus reduce carbon footprint with greener transport. Effective and efficient multimodal transport will constitute a catalyst for economic development. Development of effective policies for sustainable accessibility and mobility in urban areas is very, very key. Greener transportation is visible with necessary infrastructure, investment, and political will, as well as information sharing of best practices. That's what we are doing now. I believe that most of other states will come up to showcase what they have been doing, in which they will be able to share ideas and knowledge. And finally, the restructuring of the public transport system in Nigeria, not only between states or between cities, but within the urban centers. And I want to say that it's very critical for us to look at the kind of environment we want to live. There's something called spatial justice. This involves the opportunity you give to people to participate, as I said, which also borders on the land use and the land use policies. You make your environment to be sociable, to be entrepreneurial, walkability and pedestrianization. When you cannot walk, When you cannot pedestrianize, then it doesn't worth it. And the issue of diversity is very, very key. All of us must participate, whether you're a pregnant woman or physically challenged, one or the other. So, and the signages with direct messages should be there, you know. We have been doing that with the GIS at the University of Lagos to showcase how it is not just only locating the facilities, but you have to show people the direction or where they are going. Because majority of us will always ask Okada for certain streets. Okada will take you there. But unfortunately, the Okada is no longer there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together once again from Professor Oni? Please, I need to inform all of us that there would be tea, but the tea is served where the exhibition is. So please, when you leave this hall at the time apportioned for tea, please avail yourself what you see as exhibitions there. It tells you the story of transportation in Lagos State. And before I invite the Honorable Minister as represented, we will also be having an executive plenary. And please let me say that Mrs. Funmi Folorunsho will be the moderator. The panelists would include the Permanent Secretary from the Federal Ministry of Transport, the Honorable Commissioner for Transportation, Lagos State, the Corps Marshal, and Professor Badejo. Ladies and gentlemen, for now, we will take the remarks of the Honorable Minister of State Transportation, the distinguished Senator Gbemisola Saraki. She is represented by the Permanent Secretary in the Federal Ministry of Transport. My pleasure to invite Dr. Magdalene Achani.
Good morning, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, ably represented by the State Secretary, Mrs. Folashade Jaji, Chairman of the Transport Commissioners Forum, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister of State, distinguished Gbemisola Rukayat Saraki would have loved to be here in person, but we all know that the party primary is holding in Abuja. She congratulates you on this event and sends her best wishes. I will read her address, please. I'm quite delighted to be present at the maiden edition of the National Transport Technology Conference, an exhibition designed to showcase current emerging trends in transportation. This is a platform to discuss modalities on delivering efficient, safe, quick, cost-effective, integrated, and environmentally friendly transportation that will stimulate investments, innovation in transport technology in the Nigerian transportation sector. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this event has engendered a handshake between the public and private sectors in Nigeria. The theme, multimodality and accessibility, achieving a greener transport system in Nigeria, reflects Nigerians' tastes for a well-structured, sustainable, seamless, and environmentally friendly transport system. I am particularly glad that the theme of this conference was drawn up by the subnationals of the sector, who are the major drivers of transport policies at the grassroots. This affirms that the strategies that will be developed will prefer far-reaching resolutions that will be seamlessly implemented. As you are aware, a multimodal transportation system allows the use of variety of transportation modes. We've talked about it. The expert has talked about it. However, what this leads to is a reduction in the cost and time for the coordination and cooperation of logistics. There is better control of management and less risk of merchandise theft or loss, and it ensures a continuous movement of goods and services along the best routes. Similarly, accessibility is a key driving factor for economic development, social welfare, and resource management. It is worthy to note that the use of multimodal transport implies overall structural changes covering new trade and transport practices. However, various measures are needed to implement multimodal transport, from the streamlining of commercial regulations to the development of transport infrastructure, such as the provision of alternate transport corridors, availability of trade-free zone, construction of inland container dry ports, provision of industrial parks, national carriers, etc. The current administration is investing heavily in the construction of railways, roads, seaports, inland container depots to facilitate the actualization of its agenda in the transportation sector. There is also a focus on linking the various modes of available transportation to strengthening the intermodal movement of freight and passengers, which would improve the safety, convenience, travel time, and cost of transportation within Africa, with corresponding reduction in carbon and particulate emissions and reductions in the loss of life. Dear eminent participants, multimodal transport and transit system can provide an array of options for passenger and freight transport and successfully connect citizens and countries while supporting economic growth, social development, and global trade. However, emphasis must be placed on low carbon-based energy modes of transport and an increased reliance on public transport system. The Federal Ministry of Transportation recognizes the need to promote green transportation and is currently building capacity and in the process of reviewing a policy on non-motorized transportation in conjunction with the United Nations Environmental Program. Similarly, the Road Transport Transformation Program of the road subsector strongly advocates the reduction of harmful greenhouse gases and is concerned about rolling out compressed natural gas buses and encourage commercial operators to convert their engines to use the CNG. Other interventions in the ministry are as follows. The ministry has commenced the delineation of the sea approaches to the ports as slow steaming areas for ships in compliance with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC. The ministry also, through the Nigerian Ports Authority, has constituted an energy management team to implement processes for the reduction and optimization of energy utilization at the ports. And the ministry, through NIMANSA, constituted a national technical committee on the reduction of greenhouse gas emission in the maritime industry in Nigeria, amongst others. The ministry will not rest on its oars, but will increase efforts in addressing infrastructure constraints, promote information communication technology in all modes of transportation. Okay, technology is holding me. Just a minute, please. My sincere apology. The ministry will not rest on its oars, but will increase efforts in addressing infrastructural constraints, promote information communication technology in all modes of transportation, particularly the road subsector, and enforce regulations and monitor its compliance. Dear participants, we are here to expound our knowledge on current and emerging trends in transportation infrastructure, to glean from the knowledge of key experts in transportation. I therefore congratulate the Honorable Commissioners of Transportation for this great feat. Surely, our expectation for the transportation sector has started yielding fruits, and the collaboration with the private sector is commendable. I also appreciate the chief host of the program, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babatunde Sanwo-Olu, for his warm reception and hospitality. Sir, the progressive policy of Lagos State is indeed worth emulating. I extend my warm felicitation to all distinguished guests, lead speakers, and panelists, particularly my team from the Ministry of Transportation. I also extend my warm felicitation to all our distinguished guests. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to put our hands together for Madam, the Permanent Secretary, and for the Honorable Minister of State. Ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to make presentations, one to the guest speaker and the other to the Honorable Minister of State. So I'd like to ask that the presentation be done by the representative of the Governor of Lagos State. So I'd like to first invite the guest speaker to please step forward. The presentation will be done where the representative of the governor is.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the National Transport Technology Well, I present this to you on behalf of the National Transport Technology Conference and Exhibition Committee, So for the good lecture, for the keynote address that you gave, which was very inspiring and very informative. Thank you very much, Professor Ijiola Omi.
So I would also like to invite Madam, the Permanent Secretary, who is standing in for the Honorable Minister. Oh, I understand it is actually for Madam the Permanent Secretary.
Yes, this is for you, Dr. Madeline Ajani, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Transportation, at the federal level, for the good work you have been doing in the transportation sector. Thank you very much.
So before we go on to the executive plenary session, I'd like to welcome the presence of the representative of the Director General and Chief Executive of the Nigeria Institute of Transport Technology, Zaria, Dr. Joshua Odeleye. I welcome you. I'd like to now invite Mrs. Fumi Folorunsho, who is the moderator of the executive plenary session. She will do the invitations of the panelists and conduct. Thank you, ma. Just step to where I am. Please, let's put our hands together for Mrs. Folorunsho.
It's not every time you get the opportunity to moderate and ask your bosses to come up. So this is my moment of calling on the bosses. Could I have my sister, the PS Federal Minister of Transportation, join us? I hope you can hear. Whilst we're waiting for Madam. Thank you. Please see a round of applause. Join us. Please, lecture, thank you.
Yeah, about 3 of them are sitting in my office now. Okay. One is, There is one issue that has come up, not only today. It's a quietness. transportation policy of Nigeria. Professor says he's used to speaking at campuses. Can you hear me? I'll try to speak. The issue of transport. Everything we say is anchored on and guided by and will be guided by the transportation policy. Where are we?
Thank you very much. When my brother, the Corps Marshal, was speaking, he made reference to the National Transport Policy, which started since 1992. The good news is that we have gone quite far with that. The memo was presented to Council, Federal Executive Council, I think in 2018, thereabout 2019, and questions were asked. And then the memo was referred back to a committee of the Federal Executive Council. As we speak, most of the questions and observations have been addressed. So there is just one more meeting needed for agreement on gray areas that were addressed by the stakeholders. And once that happens, it goes back to the Federal Executive Council. Meetings were called earlier on in the year because it's a priority for Federal Ministry of Transportation in 2022. But because of the activities of politics going on right now, that has been put on hold. But we hope that by next week, when all the primaries would have been concluded, we take it up from where we stopped, and that final meeting should hold, and then we go back to council. That is where we are today. So our sincere desire is that this comes out in this year. It's a priority for Federal Ministry of Transportation. Thank you.
Lagos State for hosting us. You have been commended. Here, so many initiatives that you have taken a serious leadership position within states in Nigeria for transportation. However, investment in transport infrastructure at state level, state and federal stakeholders. This investment we're talking about, massive investment, who takes the lead in driving it? Is it the federal commissioners of transport in states?
Thank you for that very important question. First of all, let me just say that in funding transportation, I think the federal government needs to take a lead, and I'll tell you why. We have been to different countries where the transportation system has been commended. And what we found out was that there is a policy at a national level which says that every employer that employs more than 10 people must contribute 1% of its income to a transport port. That's the policy, okay? When you go to the United Kingdom, there is what we call a transport pot also, where the government and every agency, including employers, put money into it. It's ring fence for transportation. Transportation is not cheap. We're talking about multimodality. We're talking about rail. We're talking about the BLT. We're talking about water transportation. The private sector alone cannot fund it. We're having issues getting private sectors to commit to investing in our transport system. So the government has to find an innovative way of actually funding. And that funding comes from structuring your tax system in such a way that money is put aside for transportation. We're talking about investing in rail in Lagos. And you can see that it has taken us a long time, and that's because Lagos State is doing it alone. Now, we have been talking to the private sector. The private sector has a role, but the federal government has to develop a policy where a pot of money is dedicated to transportation or infrastructure, and then no one can touch it. So that lead has to be taken by the federal government. And then with that, you will see private sectors coming in, because the government has to have a skin in the game. And until we do that, we will continue to struggle to fund infrastructure, especially the multimodality that we're talking about. It's very expensive. And everybody has to contribute, but the lead has to come from the federal government.
Thank you very much. This is key for us as a youth, because after Lagos, we're moving to the state dedicated segment. And this is a critical matter funds for this investment. FRSC, whilst you were out, did speak asked the question, which agency is responsible for the regulation of road transport? You were not here to give an answer. But now, is it FRSC or, like I didn't ask, NURTW? You want to answer that first? Smiles.
Very much. Transportation is an octopus, is in different area. It depends on the angle you are looking at. When we are looking at the road safety aspect, we are talking about the road traffic administration and safety management. We regulate that. But when you use the word road transportation, this is inside the National Transport Policy. It defines the roles of all the agencies. And each agency now comes out and brings out its own policy as it relates to its own sector. That's why I said it's an octopus. But for FRSC, all issues pertaining to the core, there's regulation for it. I cannot regulate on motor parks. I can't regulate on motor parks. There are a lot of things people have been saying. There are some federal functions. There are some functions that are for the states, and there are some functions for the local governments. For example, motor parks is under the local governments. When people say road safety should stop the sales of alcohol at motor parks, it is not constitutional, it's not my duty. That's why we always appeal to the local government chairman to enforce it, to enact edicts to stop the sales of alcohol. So when it comes to regulations, regulation is just a word to just speak like that. And transportation is multi-sectoral, multidimensional. So everybody has a role to play, but you must identify the role. When it comes to regulation, you must also identify what you want to regulate. You identify what to regulate, which agency or ministry is responsible. You must give roles, everybody must perform his own role. That then comes under the transport policy. It is the combination, it is the collaboration of all the agencies that gives you a real evolution of a new order. But without that, you cannot just say road safety, road transportation, road transport. No. Road safety is road safety administration and safety management. Simple. Safety of lives and property. We were authorized by the Ministry of Works to operate on roads. I don't construct roads, but I carry out road safety audits and advise both the federal and state governments on the condition of roads, and in fairness, all these road safety audits are fully implemented. That's number one. Road traffic crash accident investigation is done, and appropriate agencies concerned, including Federal Ministry of Health, is advised. And in some of these reports, an evolution comes on government policies. Some reports generate policies. Like this forum now, by the time we finish, there should be one or two elements there that should bring out some policy formulations or that will strengthen the transport policy being worked on. That is the beauty of gatherings like this. Continuous development of programs. So the EU is, who is in charge of this fight? You must define what are you really looking at. Road sector is very large. Federal Ministry of Works, Federal Ministry of Transport, FEMA comes in there. These three agencies have their various roles. Works maintains roads. We're talking about road transport. They also have their regulations there. Road safety is on safety of lives and property. It has its own role there. Ministry of Transport is there too, because now they have the National Safety Commission, Transport Commission, madam, National Transport Commission is specifically targeted at some things without having anything to do with road safety, but all at the end of the day must work together. So when you say road transport, it's multi-sectoral, multidimensional. So you must break it down and define it as appropriate and attribute the roles to each concern so that there's no conflict in respect of this.
Thank you very much. Rapporteurs are thinking that there needs to be properly defined.
I will go to the academia very quickly. Database, 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 data, data, data. We're looking at a central and state database on transport infrastructure. Who's going to do that? Academia or who?
Very much.
Do we have it?
Have what?
Database.
Thank you very much. There's one thing I want us to first of all take into consideration is that transport is very, very capital intensive, irrespective of the mode of transport we are putting on board. Secondly, probably with increasing intelligence application, it used to be very, very labor intensive as well. Now, all these modes, they require infrastructure, and those infrastructure, for them to function well, and for the investment of those infrastructure to be meaningful, they have to be designed in a multimodal relationship. Where you are putting up a terminal, let's say, for a road, there is a joint benefit for a rail terminal in such a place. And it can also act as a commodity area for agricultural, for commerce, and so on. This is because in the developed world, they have also come to terms with infrastructure as very, very capital intensive. So in order to share the burden of cost, they have to make sure that the benefits accruable are expanded. That is why the other modes of transport are often taken on board from a multimodal point of view. When it comes to infrastructure provision, when you say something is for all, it's actually meant for nobody. If you look at the Constitution, we have what we call the executive clause, the consensus, and the residual. You see, the executive has appropriated certain infrastructure of transport to the federal because of the constitutional responsibility. But meanwhile, we need information to guide the provision of this infrastructure. Everybody here present is aware that we have 4,000 kilometer length of road. That is no new story. We are also aware that 17% of it belongs to federal. The question now is, these 204,000 kilometer length of roads, how many are that? how many are on that, how many are failed, what is the kilometer of those. We need all those information. Then it is based on those information that government will now plan a response to them. I drove from Ibadan to Lagos. The road is perfectly in good shape, but it is not lined. So you cannot know which lane you are approaching. So we are talking of information about all those little things that have been omitted inadvertently. Whereas if they are brought on board, it may even save more safety. So the issue of database is paramount. And I want to say that the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology recently placed an advert in order to conduct a holistic database for the ministry, for the transport sector. I'm sure the Federal Ministry of Transport is well informed and involved in such an activity. My advice is that it should be brought into a stakeholder discourse where some of the issues identified, either by those who are currently working on it, can be modified, can be expanded, and they can also be prioritized so that we can have a very good document to work on. The road safety is there to show us all the black spots. The police are also available to show us their own black spots and area of challenges. All these agencies must be brought together in order to sift one information or the other from them. The state, the Minister of Agriculture, will be surprised. All these rural roads are predominantly within the agro-based movement. So information like that are necessary. But what we have now, the information we have are there, but they will not be adequate enough to deliver the kind of smart transport system and infrastructure that is required.
Thank you very much. You agree that there's a need for a database, that the database is required,
Yeah.
a national one with inputs from all of us.
Exactly.
Thank you. This question, I would leave this side of the hall and go to the other side for 1 second. Chairman, Madam, I know it's your last day on this beat, but last public appearance, so I would ask a question on behalf of all of us. What is the interface between this forum and the industry? I have been a stakeholder for close on 30, 35, 40 years, and this is new. After this, we know next year you're going to have it, but what is the interface from stakeholders, private sector, that you govern at national and state level?
Thank you very much. This is coming as a surprise. I wasn't expecting this. But the forum, as you know, since we started proper, the new ESCO last year, have been interfacing regularly with the Federal Ministry of Transportation. And we've been having, we've actually had quite a few things that we have achieved, working closely with the ministry. I know we've been working closely with the Federal Road Safety as well. Yes, I know this is my last day, but I would like you to know that my team, well, my ex-team and all that, are working hard. We have about 6 goals we're trying to achieve before the end of this government, and we're working hard towards that. So I'm sure the new chairman will be able to continue where I've left off.
Much. That's reassuring. I'm going to give just 2 persons the opportunity, 2, a female and a male.
one female. Mfon, I expect your hand up. CILT, I expect your hand up. A male, please. The commissioners are waiting to. Oh, thank you, sir.
Thank
The
you.
name and the organization, sir.
I'm Professor Odewumi Samuel from Lagos State University School of Transport and Logistics, and also the chairman subcommittee Road of Chartered Institute of Transport Administration, CIOTA. And I want to draw my short and sharp question from the paper presented by the lead speaker, Professor Oni. And because also I'm the chairman of Road. The road has nobody in charge. When the Marshall mentioned that it is multi-sectoral and it has so many hands, and Professor Badejo just said, when it is for everybody, it is for nobody. The road carries above 90% of mobility of Nigerians. Water has NEWA, it has NIMASA. Rail has NRA, Nigerian Railway Authority. Which authority is in charge of the road that is carrying 90% of our mobility? We need to resolve that issue. Thank you.
I have one more question, please. Anybody? Mfon, I thought I asked your hand up.
I have been ordered to ask a question, but I do not have a question. I just want to commend the organizers for organizing this forum. We really have been looking forward to a forum like this where the commissioners of transport in all the states would meet with experts in the sector. I have experienced some of the commissioners in my states that will come in and really don't have a clue on what their work is, and therefore concentrate on getting taxes from keke drivers. So this is absolutely essential for commissioners, and I would encourage that it become sustainable. And the topic is very, very topical. Multimodality, that's what we are striving towards, but we have to have the structure that will support it so that transportation can be organized in a way that takes you to your destination or your cargo to your destination in an affordable price, in safety and security, and also within the time. 3 factors: safety, affordable price, and on time. That is what we are looking for, both in transportation of passengers and goods. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes, who is in charge of roads? It is multidimensional, like the Corps Marshal has said. But when it comes to road transport services, it's still domiciled in the federal and state ministries of transportation. Remember that transportation is in the concurrent list. We all know what percentage of road is covered by federal, the states, and the local governments. The role of the ministry is to develop policies guiding road transportation and also ensure that those policies are implemented, monitor and evaluate its implementation. And this will not happen at just the national level. It's going to happen at the subnational, the states, and then the local governments. We all have a role to play.
Just like we have the Nigeria Railway Corporation, maritime industry being regulated, by the time the national transport policy comes out, there are so many other policies that are going to come out as part of the implementation. And one of the things that the Federal Ministry of Transportation has proposed is having a road transport agency. So the road transport agency will now anchor road transport services, okay? And we would advise that the state and the local government will also step it down. Till we all come into work and take responsibilities for what we need to do, the road will continue to look like an orphan when it is really not an orphan, just that we all haven't taken our positions. And that is why we talk about collaboration, and we talk about all the agencies taking up their roles to make sure that the road service is not left as orphan. Thank you. Just to speak on what the Commissioner of Transport in Lagos State said, talking about funding. I like to be very practical and realistic. How feasible is it for the federal government to make a budget on transportation and sustain it? I think it's going to be a bit challenging. So we did a lot of collaboration with the industry, the private sector, and the government, and that is the only way we can talk about funding. Leaving government in the business of funding anything when it comes to things that are supposed to be marketable becomes a huge challenge in terms of sustainability. Everybody, every sector, private government have to come in, but the role of government is more of policy development, implementation, monitoring and evaluation, and let the business people do the business. Bring in the funds, okay? You have a clear policy that will guide everybody to do what they're supposed to do, and then we ensure that this is being maintained, and the transportation sector will kick off. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response. I think you've misunderstood me. I said the federal government should develop a policy that allows everybody to contribute into a transport fund. So it starts from the federal government. The state government would then adopt that policy, and then we then have a fund ring-fenced for infrastructure. Yes, the private sector has a role to play, but what I'm saying is that the federal government has to take a lead so that state government can easily develop their own pot for funding infrastructure. So that policy has to start from the federal. And that's what I'm saying, a policy that allows states and everybody to develop their own transport fund.
Oh, mine is full.
Thank you, moderator. Professor Debomi asked a question. Who is in charge of the road? I think along the line of the PAMSEC, Federal Ministry of Transportation, the only thing we can say here is that we should encourage the government. The Federal Roads Authority bill has been at the National Assembly in the last maybe 8-9 years, and the road fund. This is the document of the World Bank recommended for developing countries. And it addresses a lot of things, which Professor Debomi himself knows. So if we have the Federal Roads Authority, it will take over most of the responsibilities, some of the things the Federal Ministry of Works is doing. And the road fund is what the body that will provide the funding for the roads. So if you have the rail authority, you have all the regulatory authorities for other modal transportation systems. For the roads, it's better we are also encouraged to have the Federal Roads Authority so that they can work in alignment with what the PAMSEC, Federal Ministry of Transportation, said, so that in holistic, in all the transportation modes we're talking about, you have regulatory authorities for each of them. And that is when you can really talk about the transport policy being effective. Thank you.
You must agree with me that we've had a good start, a beautiful paper, answers given, and discussions. I am happy that with the news of a road transport agency coming on board, we look forward to it. Distinguished panelists, I would have asked for one more word from all of you, but knowing the gentleman on my left, it's going to be difficult asking him for one word. He's going to give me 10. This has been a wonderful session. Oh, here comes Madame. Please go on.
Interrupt.
Please do.
Sorry, the lady Ifoma from Ciota. I'd like to speak on behalf of my colleagues. Okay, yeah? Okay, I'd like to speak on behalf of my colleagues. I don't think it's fair for you to come here and say most of the commissioners that come, all they're interested in is collecting tax from KK Napet. I think that is wrong. We have, no. I just to update you, we have a forum and we meet regularly. We share ideas. You know, we have different, we've divided ourselves into 6 different groups whereby we compare ideas. Then we have a meeting as a forum. And it's been working. As I said, we have a 6-point agenda we're trying to achieve before the end of the government. Thank you. Sorry, just to say, yeah. All right, thank you.
Gentlemen sitting in this hall, have you just witnessed how women resolve issues? Please clap for women. We don't fight. We speak, we withdraw, and we smile at each other. A lesson to the Nigerian men. On behalf of myself and my panelists here, brilliant discussion. Professor, thank you for the beautiful paper. My panelists, thank you very much for your input. Nigerians, I want to see just one. This must be sustained. A situation where we have commissioners from all the states of the Federation meeting and sitting with us. Questions will be asked, answers will be given. We extend our cards and we all know who is where. On this note, I want to commend the forum. I want to thank you. You've done a beautiful job. I'll stay back for the next 2 days with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Zamaz. Please, can we please step down towards this side? We'd like to take a good photograph. Oh, sorry. Please, let's do the photograph here. They like to have the banners, the backdrop. Thank you very much, Sir Zamaz. Sorry, can I use the opportunity to also ask the representative of the governor to please join you? I am going to be troubling her a little. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for our panelists. Please, once again, let me say that at the point where we're going to have tea at the exhibition, there isn't too much space that would take all of us. So we'll be calling us in batches to go there. The top table will go first, along with all the commissioners and the permanent secretaries and all the heads of extra-ministerial agencies. Thereafter, will come group by group. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the high point of the opening ceremony, and we will then take an address by the chief host and the governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. And I therefore would like to invite his representative, secretary to the Lagos State government, Mrs. Folashade Jaji. Please, let's put our hands together for her.
Thank you very much. Please sit down. Thank you. I know the day is fast spent, but it is customary for Mr. Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu to always read out the protocol because he appreciates everyone that is present at any event that he is at. So I have to do that since I'm delivering his address. Let me first of all apologize, and I'm sure one of the earlier speakers alluded to the fact that we have not thank you. That the governor is unavoidably absent because of the APC primaries that we're having, because it's an event he would have loved to be at. So the Honorable Minister of State, Transportation, Senator Gbemisola Saraki, who is ably represented by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry, Dr. Madeline Ajani, the Honorable Commissioners from the 36 states of the Federation, especially the Chairman of the Forum of Commissioners of Transportation, and the Honorable Commissioner Niger State, who is honorably bowing out, but is still here for this event, Honorable Ramatu Mohammed, the host commissioner, my dear brother, Dr. Frederick Oladendi, special advisors here present, body of permanent secretaries from across the 36 states of the Federation, and especially the host the host permanent secretary, my dear brother, Mr. Kamaru Oluwushago, the heads of government agencies here present, especially the Co-Marshal, FRSC, Dr. Bubuyi Oyeyemi, MFRMNI, and my dear brother, the sector commander, Mr. Olusegun Ogungbemide, sorry. The keynote speaker, Professor Yola Oni, directors general here present, panelists, captains of industries, Secretary General, Africa Ship Owners Association and Co-Chairman, AFCTA Nigeria, Mrs. Fumi Folorenshaw, the general managers and directors here present, very, very distinguished personalities here present, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to read the address of Mr. Governor. It is a pleasure for me to be here with you as we gather to take stock of our achievements and chart new courses of action in the transportation sector. I'm delighted to be the chief host at this maiden edition of the National Transport Technology Conference and Exhibition, organized to address technology and investment opportunities happening here in Lagos. Let me start by commending the organizers of this event, the transport commissioners nationwide under the aegis of Nigeria Transport Commissioners Forum, coordinated by the Federal Ministry of Transportation. You're all welcome to Lagos State, our smart city. In today's world, technology is a significant factor that affects economic growth. Hence, every nation must set aside a part of its budget for the funding of technological inventions. I can boldly say that Lagos State has been in the forefront of investment in technology, especially in the transport sector, with the implementation of a huge investment in technology to address technical issues, especially in transportation. It is our plan to integrate road, rail, and water modes of transportation to make movement of people, goods, and services across the state more effective and efficient. These modes of transportation will be synchronized in a manner that would make movement fluid and also save time and money. We have remained resolute in our intention to complete existing projects, such as the blue and the red line systems, which are part of the intermodal transportation system we set out in the Strategic Transport Master Plan. In managing road transportation, intelligent traffic signal lights have brought solutions to traffic-prone junctions, and automatic number plate recognition, ANPR technology, deployed across the metropolis has improved the compliance rate of vehicle documentation. Traffic management solution has reduced human interference on traffic law violation, and accurate vehicle roadworthy exercise are now conducted within few minutes through the use of computerized vehicle inspection centers. In order for us to effectively harness the economic advantage in the system, we now operate a centralized Cowry card payment system for all modes of public transportation across the state. These allows commuters to travel to any destination within the state with any of the 3 modes of transportation and pay the fare with the same card. Also, in keeping with our tradition of excellence, I have approved the establishment of the Inland Waterways Monitoring and Data Management Center, WMDMC, the first of its kind in West Africa. The center, when completed, The center, when completed, will be able to track the waterways activities in terms of safety and security of lives and property, as well as the command and rescue exercise. Still on leveraging technology at the moment, the Lagos State government has laid over 6,000 kilometers of metro network connection fiber within the state. Among other things, this bears eloquent testimony to our resolve to make Lagos State a 24-hour driven smart city. The fiber optics laying will fast track higher bandwidth, meaning faster internet speed, with stronger security because it keeps your data secure. The project also allows smart technology access into the already existing transport infrastructure surveillance of the state. For a city like ours, that is a big boost to the transport sector. As a government, our administration will continue to welcome ideas and collaboration that can help to achieve success in the ongoing reforms in the transport sector to make it more viable for greater economic prosperity of our dear state, with safety and security as our watchword. I have no doubt that this event will generate wide interest among policymakers, investors, and organized private sector, among others. It is on this note that I wish to welcome you all and also congratulate the organizers of this event, which will afford us the opportunity to discover and explore new and innovative ways of using technology in this and other sectors of our economy. I wish you a successful conference and invite you all to enjoy the ambience of our beautiful state. On this note, I would like to declare the conference and exhibition open. Thank you.
Please, can I ask us to put our hands together for Madam and to invite all the members of the top table to step forward for a group photograph. Thank you. Please let the other people be seated. Thank you. But I think that the honorable commissioners can join the photograph. Thank you. Please let me invite all the honorable commissioners to please step forward. Thank you very much. Please, I'd like to now invite the Secretary to the Lagos State Government and all of the persons who she has just taken photographs with to please go to the exhibition for an inspection and the tea break. Please, all permanent secretaries can also join. Please, every other person, please let's remain seated. Once they leave, we will come and begin to invite each and every one of us. exhibition now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can we get ready for the session that we're supposed to get into? Would allow our panelists to come back, but please, those of us at the gallery there, we can please come down. There are seats around now. Let's make ourselves comfortable so we can start with the second plenary. The topic will be integrated national security and waterways protection infrastructure, Deep Blue project. We will have an opening remark by the guest speaker, Dr. Bashir Jamu, the Director General of NIMASA. We also would have Mrs. Fumi Folorunsho as a panelist, Dr. Bumi Olumekun as a panelist, and then the Director, Maritime Safety and Security, Federal Ministry of Transportation, while the moderator will be Mr. Philip Okonkwo. So please, all participants, please, let's get set for the second plenary. Indeed, we are supposed to have finished that plenary by now, which means we have lost like 1 hour and some 5 minutes. But we'll try as much as possible to make up for it. And please, in a little while when we start this plenary, please, after that, immediately after that plenary, we will have lunch. I thank you as you get ready.
Give you all my love. The night of you, a tremble to red. All my eyes are stacked.
Ladies and gentlemen, please would like to now ask that we start with the second plenary, and I would like to invite the moderator, if he's here. Please, I'd like to invite Mr. Philip Okonkwo to please step up. Mr. Philip Okonkwo. Oh. Thank you very much. I'd like to now ask that the representative of the Director General NIMASA, she is also the Director in charge of Deep Blue Project. Mrs. Asana Imran. Please, let's put our hands together for her. Let me also ask Mr. Babatunde Bombata, the Director, Maritime Safety and Security in the Federal Ministry of Transportation, to please also step up. I'd also like to ask that Mrs. Fumi Folorunsho, the Secretary General, African Ship Owners Association, and co-champion after Nigeria, should also please step up, while I also invite the representative of the Barge Operators Association of Nigeria, Dr. Bumi Olumeko is their president. But I understand it would be represented by Mr. Victor Mboji, who is the Secretary and Legal Advisor to the Barge Operators Association of Nigeria. I'd like to ask you to please also step up. I also know that NIMASA will be making a presentation during, after the very first presentation on the Deep Blue Project. And the presenter would be invited. Unfortunately, we do not have a chair up there, but we'll take it as invite Mr. Philip Okonkwo to please take over. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, MC, and welcome back for this session, ladies and gentlemen. It's a conference on multimodality, and one of the aspects of the mode is the waterway. Waterways in Nigeria is very, very important. Our imports in Nigeria, mostly 90 to 95% comes through waterways. And we are all aware that the Gulf of Guinea and our own waters, call it local waters, have had challenges in the past. Because of these challenges, ports like Calabar ports that sometime before now used to be a viable and productive ports
the case is no more the same today. And I think that is why this discussion is very important. We're going to get an intro, which the lead agency and the agency that deployed the Deep Blue projects. The full name of that project is the Integrated National Security and Waterways Protection Infrastructure, codenamed the Deep Blue project. NIMASA is the lead agency in that, even though the ministry has a very important role in making that project come to fruition. Dr. Bashir is not here, but we have the director in the agency who oversees this, will give us an update before we look at where we are and where we should be in making sure our waterways are in the position where shipping, trading through our waterways can be restored to what Nigeria was known before now in terms of productivity of the ports from Lagos down to Calabar. Let's listen to the representative of the DG NIMASA, Director overseeing the Deep Blue project. Welcome. You want to use the podium?
I think, okay, this should be okay.
All right.
Yeah, permit me to be on the existing protocol. My name is Mrs. Imran. I've been part of the Deep Blue project from onset. Representing here the DG NIMASA, who is would love to have been here, but due to some work exigencies, he couldn't come in. So as we all know, NIMASA is an agency under the body of the Federal Ministry of Transportation, and we saddle with the responsibility to ensure safety and security on our territorial waters. The Integrated National Security and Waterways Infrastructure, otherwise known as the Deep Blue project, was approved by the Federal Executive Council and kick-started in 2018. So it is a collaborative project between NIMASA and all armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Included in this are also security agencies like the Nigerian Police, Office of the National Security Advisor, and the Department of the State Security Services. So to ensure the delivery of this project, assets were deployed, which part of our C4I center, which is a kind of a surveillance center that integrates most of the assets we deployed in. Among these assets are the special mission vessels. We have 2 of that. Special mission helicopter, we have 3 of that. And 2 special mission aircraft. Among are also fast interceptor, 16 fast interceptors, 16 armor vehicles mainly deployed to the south-south, and the UAV unmanned aerial vehicles. Added to this are also the manpower that was drawn from the Nigerian Army. Sometime last year, I think that must have been around June, Mr. President inaugurated officially the startup of this project. We've been working because we hit the ground running from 2018 till then. Therefore, we've started recording some successes before the commissioning of the project itself. If I can recall, before the deployment of this Deep Blue project and some strategic positionings of the Nigerian Army, piracy attacks almost annually are hitting like in the 50s in numbers. But drastically around 2019, coming 2020, till date 2021, we had a drastic, respectively, a drastic reduction from 20 down to 19 last year and 0 this year. So this has been a tremendous success story on our territorial waters, which a lot of international bodies, especially IMO and the SALT, are very impressed and happy with. So coming down to this, there are some of the technical aspects of the project, which, if I'm being permitted by the moderator, sir, the project manager will present so that everybody will be carried on the same page.
Okay, we'll come to that. We are aware that the project managers are with us, but let's allow stakeholders have a feeler from the sitting arrangement. It looks like the government is this way, and the private sector is this way. And we'll start right from Mrs. Marusha. She's a shipper. Can you, in 2 minutes, how was our waterways before this intervention, so that the things that the director is reading out might make sense? What was it like doing business in your subsector as a shipper?
I am not a shipper, I am a ship owner. The cargo owner is a shipper.
Maybe we can clap for women when get ship. It's not easy. Okay, man, there's an information. They want, yes, this presentation to be done. So let's welcome Mr. Tara for the project consultant. Please come and, I think that can be done in 5 or 6 minutes. They said our time has already, all right, please, you can come and present from the podium.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Tal Spector. I'm the CEO of HLSI, and I was asked to give a short presentation about the Deep Blue project. So please put the presentation. Great. So I'm very excited to be here because today we are celebrating 6 months, 6 full months without any piracy attack in the EEZ of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This is a huge, huge achievement by the Federal Republic of Nigeria that well appreciated, but by all the international organizations, IMB, IMO, all the rest of the companies. Is a joint operation with all the stakeholders, navies, regionally and internationally, and is a huge achievement to take 48 cases in 2018 to 0 cases till today in 2022. But I will talk about it in the presentation. I will try to be very, very fast. So as you know, and I'm sure that you know, Nigeria is by far the biggest, the busiest, and the most important maritime EEZ in all of Africa, and definitely in the Gulf of Guinea, and you can see the number different to other countries in the region. The Deep Blue project is focusing on preventing and managing intelligence situation and security and safety. In order to do that, our Command and Control Center in Kirikiri, Nemasa, is managing different kind of intelligence and information according to our databases and focusing on those things that you can see on the slides. Things like ship to ship, dark activities. It means a vessel that is moving with AIS that is shutting down. Change of flags and other things are very important to us. And this is what we are checking 24/7, monitoring the information, using our algorithms, and raising red flags on vessels that we think that we need to check. You can see that the piracy that was 2018, just like what I mentioned, was 48 cases, much more the owner of Gulf of Guinea together. In 2018, during the line 2019-2020, it goes down The first celebration was when Nigeria came down less than all the Gulf of Guinea together. And now, last year, 2021, 6 cases, and this year till today, 0 cases. And this is real information. Just last week or 2 weeks ago, we have the shade Gulf of Guinea, and it was well appreciated, but all the Gulf of Guinea countries and international community is a huge success. Now, most importantly, is not only that we've cleared all the piracy attack over the years, but also the ones that we have in 2021 is on the borders of the EEZ, that's the exclusive economic zone, or inside the Niger Delta. So the ports and the area that most of the vessels are sailing is totally clear and clean. Safety and security is 100% much, much better now. You can see the different, you can see how busy, for example, if you look at Lagos, in that area, the slide in the middle, the picture in the middle is showing you that Lagos was full of attacks during 2020 with piracy and armed robbery. And you can see that in 2021, 0, and this year is 0 as well. Lagos is very important to the Federal Republic of Nigeria in terms of investment. Vessels that are coming in and out is a key for the success of the economy and the nation. Very, very, very important. Okay, so the goals of the project itself is basically to improve the security and safety situation, to help NEMASA to increase the capacity and the income, to enforce the law on those criminals, and this is what we are doing every day. The idea, well, the general idea, okay, because we cannot get into the details, but basically this is it. We are dealing with pollution, piracy, oil theft, and regulations. The project involves Command and Control Center, which is the brain and the heart of the whole project. All the operations start and end over there. We have the special mission aircrafts, we have the special mission helicopters, we have the special mission vessels, all our tools, assets that are gathering information and managing the information, sending it to the C4I. You have the fast patrol boats for special activities, and you have the land capacity because any illegal activity that takes place in the water, of course, start from the land. So this is the full picture of all forces in the Deep Blue project. So those are the assets, as I mentioned. You can see it here in the pictures. We have 17 fast patrol, 2 special mission vessels, 1 command and control center, 16 armored vehicles, 4 units of UAVs that can be sent from the vessels or from the land for any advanced intelligence gathering, because the UAVs are going 100 kilometers ahead and can stay there for 10 hours. So we have a lot of intelligence before we even get to the scene of any kind of crime that is taking place, as well as the aircraft that are equipped with all the necessary equipment. And I'm not going to give a briefing on those equipment, but you can just imagine is the state-of-the-art gathering intelligence system. And also, of course, with the ability to record and take evidence of those activities. So we have the GSM recorders, we have the satellite communication recorders, we have day and night cameras, and we have the radar system, so on and so forth. The special mission helicopters are for special operation and search and rescue, and the special forces are there to mount the assets. A lot of activities, a lot of training, a lot of inspections, a lot of surveys in all areas of Nigeria. And the project was launched, as Hassana mentioned, I think it was on the 10th of June last year. Why this one is not? Okay. So those are the activities, and last year on the 10th of June, we have launched the project. This is the timeline of the project. Everything is successful. Everything was delivered, including the training and all the assets and aspects, working with all the security agencies on those activities. So asset by asset, helicopters, vessels, command and control center that of course manned by all the security agencies, all the stakeholders. And it's very, very important because it's a joint operation, is a collaboration between agencies, and this is why it's very successful. Fast patrol boats flying 55 knots on the water. So there is no fastest platform in Nigeria today, so we can meet up with any challenge. Those are the special forces, special mission aircraft with the pilots, of course, manned by the Air Force. The vessels manned by the Navy. The vehicles is for the Army, all the special operations on land. Graduations and the launching with Mr. President and all that. Just short examples of what we see every day. I mean, we see each and every vessel. Maybe I will try to explain. The command and control center is based on an algorithm and a database of 15 years on each and every vessel that is coming in and out of Nigeria. It doesn't matter if it comes from China, Russia, Israel, Syria, or wherever. We see them, we get all the information on the ownership, on the people that are managing it. You can reduce the volume. And when we get information or intelligence on any vessel that is coming in, we are trying to prevent illegal activities. In other words, we have the data and the information before they even arrive to Nigeria, before they even arrive to the EEZ. When they leave China on the way to Nigeria, if we suspect a vessel, we monitor the movement all the way to Nigeria. And when it gets into Nigeria, immediately we start the operation. Operation can be involved fast patrol boats, the vessels, gathering information on those activities, aircraft in the air, helicopters in the air, all taking evidence because you need to bring it to court in the end of the day. You need to bring those evidence to show that these illegal activities are taking place. So it's not issue of stories, it's issue of evidence. So if we have to take over, this is what we do. And let me just continue, but you can see that these pictures, this video was taken by the special mission aircraft while the fast interceptors are executing the operation, taking board, take the bridge, arrest the people, and so on and so forth. When we go for operation, it basically look like this. So you can see the helicopters in the air, the fast patrol boats are on the way, the vessels will join them later. The UAV is already there. The intelligence and information gathering is the key for the success of the project. One of the issues that we are trying to deal with, which is not easy at all, is the issue of the ship-to-ship activities. Okay, basically ship-to-ship can be legal or illegal. It depends on what the regulation is saying. Agencies, government agencies have a list of IMO numbers of vessels that are allowed to do ship-to-ship, but others doesn't have it. And we are trying to avoid those illegal ship-to-ship activities because it's illegal. So the aircraft is flying in the air, the UAVs are flying in the air, taking evidence, records, videos, and so many other things in order to provide it to court and to say, listen, this ship-to-ship activity is illegal, and this is the quality of the materials. Of course, we can see name of vessels, IMO numbers, all kinds of activities, and this is what we do. The organogram of the project basically goes down from Mr. President that approved the project to collaboration between Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Defense, all the way down to the Chief of Naval Staff with DG NEMASA, and all the rest, like the operational side of it and the management side of it. and it works perfectly. We had some challenges in the beginning because it's not easy to do joint operation like this, but I can say that when we have the steering committee on top and we have the PMT committee, which is the implementation team, and all the agencies are working together, it is working perfectly today. We have full organogram and full activities of an operation. It works perfect. Areas of interest. In order to be relevant, we have to be in the right places. So basically, not to talk about it too much, but just to mention that those are the areas all the way from Lagos down to Cross River, but we are very interested in places like Brass, Forcados, Bonny Island, and we have our aircrafts in the relevant places, Warri, Benin, and all the rest. You can see their coverage. We are covering all the EEZ. There's no place that we cannot go. Those for the vessel, for the UAVs, for the fast patrol boats, vehicles, and everything together, full capacity, full coverage. The way forward, just 1 minute and I'm done, because the way forward is the most important thing. First is to make sure that we have a full sensibility plan for the Deep Blue project and this collaboration. Without sensibility, project cannot survive. How the Deep Blue is affecting the transportation, all of you guys, it's because without safety and security for transportation systems, you cannot survive. It can be in the air, it can be on land, it can be at sea. Without safety and security for those transportation systems, it will never survive. This is why we must make sure that there is a full safety and security at the EEZ. This is the maritime solution for those vessels that are coming in and out. Otherwise, they will not come again because they feel the threat and they will not come. And it will affect Nigeria in a very significant way. So after sensibility is collaboration. Collaboration with who? First of all, collaboration inside Nigeria. The Deep Blue project can be collaborated in so many different ways to different organizations that are already there. I can mention NNPC with the problems that they have, and they have enough. I can mention other agencies. We need full collaboration, first of all, inside Nigeria, so other agencies can benefit from the project. Just now, I saw a beautiful project that is taking place in Lagos. I know it for the first time. Cameras that are all over the place, inland. And when we have someone that is running away from the encouraged area, where is he going to run to? To the deep sea? No, he's running inside. Why are we not doing collaboration between Lagos, Maritime, whatever, CIFOA, I don't know what's the name of the place, with the Deep Blue project? So this is the collaboration that we need. Navy, Air Force, Army, NNPC, other agencies to collaborate in order to avoid those illegal activities because it is affecting the country in a very serious way. Then collaboration with other countries. The Gulf of Guinea is small. And you remember what happened in the Gulf of Aden. This thing happened in the Gulf of Guinea, and the way forward, we're almost there because there is ECOWAS and there is a lot of activities on the issue of the Gulf of Guinea, but there is still need to create a full collaboration with neighboring country to improve the security and the safety situation in the off of the Gulf of Guinea. Because if these criminals or militants or ex-militants or whatever you want to call them will feel that they cannot execute those activities in Nigeria, they will run to other countries in the Gulf of Guinea. So once you take care of the whole picture of the whole Gulf of Guinea, then they will have to find another job. Of course, the way forward is to create jobs, but this is a different story. So to collaborate between neighboring countries. Then last but not least is to create full collaboration with the international community, international navies, organizations like IMB, IMO, other navies that are working in the region, and to create great achievements. And then, of course, if possible, to use the same idea and to expand it or extend it to the land, because as I said, all those illegal activities will always start and end at land. So we need to do something about the land, not only with security platforms, but also with taking care of what's going on there in terms of education, infrastructure, job creation, and all that. So basically, this is it. And I think that I'm done. So thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Tar, for that insight. Ushers, I think we would have had a seat for him so that if there are questions, he'll be handy to answer. All right, thank you very much. Can that seat be made available? All right, as they organize that, let's go back to Madam Florence Shaw. Remember, it's not just a shipper, but a ship owner. Let's find out. You've heard about a little intro about what this solution from the federal government in your territory, as it were. How is it? How is business now?
Thank you, sir. We all know piracy is the ship owner's nightmare. It runs up the cost and the safety of your crew, and whatever you're carrying is at risk. So the Deep Blue project is a commendable one, needs to be encouraged and supported. And the international community have actually given a thumbs up for this initiative by Nigeria. As to what is the situation now, the presenter just told us the zero level of piracy. I will not contest that because it is in public domain about what the Deep Blue Sea project has impacted. However, let me put a guide. If you put up a good security network in your residence, it scares away potential robbers. However, they could regroup or clean up their act. So whilst commending the project, we also have to say, be careful. It's their trade, it's their profession. Let's watch out for regrouping in other areas.
Let's watch out the regrouping or change of tactics, as the case may be. Let's go to the barge operators. We had that insurance issues because of the bad name, as it were, or the international communities has always painted us the insecurity place. So there's a lot of insurance issues. So for those of you who operate our barges, is there an effect to that? Insurance in getting your business done?
Okay, thank you so much for your question. As we all know, insurance is very critical, and it would allay any fears shippers have in engaging your services. And barging operations in this context is as regards inland transportation and coastal transportation. And I must say, we must commend the efforts of the Deep Blue project that has provided adequate security along our territorial waters. But I must also mention that it's important this project is extended to our inland waterway network. And I believe with time we would make good progress. Just like the presenter said, the project was inaugurated on June 10 last year, And 3 days from today will make it a 1-year anniversary. And it's quite commendable that we've not experienced one piracy incident since then. So I must commend the organization, and then we'll make good progress with time, definitely.
Very much. Mr. Tar was talking about sustainability, and we'll come to the ministry where Mr. Babatunde has just stepped in as the Director of Maritime Safety and Security. Collaboration, sustainability, especially at the area of, he mentioned defense and other collaborators at that level. We know the ministry played a lot of role. So how we show that friendship, that handshake that brought about the success will still be there. He just said in a few days, it's going to be 1-year anniversary. So in the next 5 years, 10 years, are we going to have anniversaries for this project? By what the ministry representing the federal leg, as it were, will be doing.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As we're all aware, the project is a security architecture by the government to ensure that safety on our waterways, on our water. So the primary function or the role of the ministry is to supervise NIMASA. As we're aware, NIMASA is a parastatal under the Ministry of Transport, and we are supervising everything they're doing in terms of oversight and in terms of seeing that the project is being done accordingly. And we have our ways of supervising the project. Yes, please.
Yeah, supervision. We also are aware in the government sector, whenever there is need for money, that request cannot go straight from the agencies except through the ministry, where the Honorable Minister presents that to the Federal Executive Council. Director Ma, the barge operators representative said he wished that this project will also cover the inland waters. I wouldn't know from your design, are we going to have that added to the scope, or there is no plan so that we know? Because barge was supposed to be mostly inland transportation and making sure they are also safe. Like Madam was asking, there may be a regrouping. If they leave the EEZ, they cannot come inland. So what is the plan of your agency in making sure it's a 360-degree coverage, inland and offshore?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Coming to what you just said and what the barge operator rightly said, for now, you see, this is a project that just kick-started in 2018. And you know, mainly anywhere we go, the infrastructure is nearly zero. There's almost nothing there that we may use. Things like hangars, sleepways, and the rest of the sort. Therefore, it's a very capital-intensive project. And I'm sure since trying to, or the mandate to prevent all sea criminalities falls on NIMASA, I'm sure the issue of having to oversee what goes on within the inland waterways must be in the foreseeable future. So likewise, we do all we can to cover up for most of these things. As everybody rightly said, these criminals is their work day in, day out to plan as to what is their next course of action. But I can really, you know, assure you guys that we're really seriously working ahead of whatever they're doing. Yes, we are, because within most of the, I'm trying to look at the way we placed it. I don't want to say too much here, but in places like Bonny, that is where we have the sea opened up. And for now, that's where we are trying to make sure we create the right infrastructure for that. And just last year, we got approval to commence on that. So by the time we have most of these infrastructures based at the right places we have pinpointed, I'm telling you, it's going to be so difficult for them to hide from us. And with a couple with the C4I system that we have in place, it's a system that almost sees the whole of our territorial waters going more into the EEZ of the Gulf of Guinea. We also do have a land backup with this 16 armored vehicles, and that one we fully train over 360 army personnel just to man the ground equipment, because that is where most of the criminalities are being planned. And as I earlier said as well, we have DSS part of the team. We also have the Nigerian police, and most of them are to provide intelligence as to what is going on. So what is being planned there, we try as much as possible to be ahead of them before they daily come into the sea waters. I hope I answered.
Super collaboration.
Yes.
The DSS, Nigerian Police, the Air Force, Nigerian Army. Where's the microphone? Let's hear from our stakeholders who are seated at the side of the hall. Maybe we can do 2 questions. I think the other time there was this gender sensitivity. So from the lady and the male, let's not break that order. A question, please, even if it's to Mr. Tar, is available from the presentation you saw. Where's the hand? Good. Where's the second hand? Let's be sure we have the people now and close that, then we take the questions. Any other person that has a question? All right, there is, fine, let's go now. I have the second hand.
All right, thank you very much. Good. Let me commend Mr. Tao for good and excellent job as regards the Deep Blue project. That was a wonderful one. Now, for the Nigerian oil and gas sector, it's been a recurring issue that a lot of people actually siphon fuel from our various pipelines. What efforts, has the federal government made any effort to get across to Mr. Tan, those that were instrumental as to initiating the Deep Blue project, as to solving the various crude oil deficits?
All right.
As the Ministry of Transport made efforts to make some recommendations.
This way, at the close to the permanent secretary of transport, there's a hand there. Come to the first line, sir.
Ijoma Clara Okere, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Transport, Abia State. I want to sincerely thank the organizers of this program and also the presenter of the Deep Blue Sea activity, and to appreciate them for zero tolerance and piracy. One of his statements, he said, full capacity, full coverage. It seems that there are some states in Nigeria that has not experienced an inland waterways. And Abia State has some level of water coverage in the state. What are your plans to extend such good projects to Abia State? Also, thus far you have engaged in this project. What can you say are your challenges on the road, on the sea? This activity could not get to the last consumer without pass through the road. And the road. If all the programs, all the projects, all the commodities must pass through the road, like the eastern part of the country, is the road still safe? Please, let's take it from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. NIMASA will will tell us the role this solution will play in terms of, he was asking of crude oil thefts. Is there a synergy between petroleum and NIMASA? Because he mentioned ship to ship, yes, which some of them are not official, some of them are, lawful. Okay, you want to speak before she speaks? Okay.
I can take it. Is it working?
Let her begin. So you.
I just want to add up a little to, before he steps up to explain further. We earlier said we have a C4I center, and it's like a kind of an intelligence gathering unit. And most of the infrastructures we have laid out, especially the drones, he said we can launch some of them from the vessels and some of them from the land infrastructures we have, that is the vehicles. And in most cases, those drones have a memory and the capacity to sort of oversee the whole territorial waters we have. So for now, for as long as the pipeline is laid within our EEZ, for now, I bet with any activity there we'll be able to see. Is the extension inland that we're yet to cover. Yes, so I hope this is also sort of, but TAL should be able to expatiate further on that. They want to.
Well, can you hear me? Yeah. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. I really want to appreciate the opportunity to present it, and I'm so happy that everybody's excited. It could not happen without full support of the Ministry of Transportation, NIMASA, Ministry of Defense, and all the security agencies. Is a great collaboration. Now, just 3 years ago, we were with 48 cases. We didn't know what's going on. Today, we are in a much better situation, but just like what Madame said, it can be changed any minute from now. You understand? It's not that they don't have the capacity, it's not that they don't have the ability, or this is why we have to maintain and we have to increase capacity. And it's all related to what we have now is great, but as I mentioned, two things. One is to sustain, two is to expand and to make it bigger. Yes, there is a need to take it to the land, because without that, it's all connected. It's all connected. We thought about it before. It's not that we didn't think about the land at all. And we've created capacity for the land. As Hassana mentioned, trained forces, armed vehicles in those communities, in those areas, we are all there. However, anything can happen any minute from now, and we cannot be surprised. We will not be surprised if tomorrow something will happen, but we are ready to work against it. The forces are well trained, the intelligence is there. We are fighting 24/7. But there is still need a lot of work that needs to be done. As we mentioned, but like any other project, you need to start from somewhere, right? And we've started, and it's working. So now that it's working, we are thinking, we are trying to get more stakeholders, more government organizations on board to increase and to build more capacity. I also want to mention that all the states are on board. All the states that are relevant to us right now, maybe more states will be relevant to us in the future. But all the states that are involved, we've been there, we did a lot of surveys, DG NIMASA met a lot of people on that project, and it's a huge success. For the shipping companies, I want to say, the issue of insurance and the issue of prices, what you pay or what you used to pay before. I don't know how much you are paying today, but definitely, this is the time to tell insurance companies and other companies that Nigeria is not anymore a war zone, because it was defined as a war zone. and you paid penalties and you paid insurance companies that treat Nigeria as a war zone. Now is for the role of the government organization to tell those companies, listen, evidence for 6 months, no one case. For 3 years, we are dropping down. So what are you waiting for? Remove those sanctions or remove those prices from our private sector. So those vessels or companies should not pay the same that they used to pay or what you are paying now. I don't know. I'm not into the details on what used to be and what is going on now. But definitely, this is the time that, I don't know if it's Ministry of Transportation or NEMASA or other agencies should now demand that the prices should come down. You know, the encouraged areas of the Federal Republic of Nigeria was with private companies and vessels had to pay. Now, what the Ministry of Transportation and NEMASA created is a government capacity. And those vessels are now working in a clear area. So things needs to be changed, and the price should be removed from the private sector for them to invest more, to come more, and to create better, easy for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Tar. Let me, yes, I think now that he has mentioned taking back the message, we'll come back to the business owners. But the issue of this new result we are having, how do we communicate back into the business community that we are no more in the war zone by reason of the insecurity challenge that we had with this result that we've had from the Deep Blue project?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, 1 year is a short time for insurance organizations and the P&Is to remove the toga that we have in this part of the world. We will celebrate in the next few days. They will watch out and see if there is no regrouping. Collaborations that you mentioned. First and foremost, your collaboration, sir. I am for African ship owners, of which Nigeria is key. But I would urge that your collaborations also start with the business sector that you're protecting. It's the ship and the owner and all those who render service around them that should be your first area of collaboration. I am sure you have done that, but please continue. And the message you want sent out will be sent out through them, not us. You talked about templating this program, the Deep Blue Sea. Yes, the world is watching. Africa is looking on, and it would be templated. When, not after the first year, after the first year, they start to say, could you come and tell us what you did for this to happen in Nigeria? I want to ask collaboration, and now I am taking off my cap as African ship owners. I'm now putting on cap of co-champion, AFCFTA. You mentioned, sir, inland waterways. Africa is trading much more than before amongst itself, and it is going to increase. So the use of inland waterways is going to be more visible, more focused. We'll have more trade within, and Lagos State, the inland waterways efficiency, we've got to also talk about it. You are the business hub, and therefore the maritime security and all of these initiatives must also spiral into the inland waterways. We're not talking the coastal trade now, we're talking of the inland waterways trade. Your collaboration, sir, with the African countries, our neighboring countries first and foremost, and others, it'd be interesting to find out what the collaborations are, especially now that we have AFCFTA being the
on the top runner for Africa? That would be my question. The others are just suggestions and maybe points to look out for. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I hope we're not thinking Mr. Tar is a Nigerian now.
Well, I'm 15 years in Nigeria, so I'm
Okay.
already in Nigeria.
All right, so give us an insight.
You see, collaboration is everything. Collaboration, and I mentioned it in my presentation. We have to look inside the house first. When we're talking about collaboration, is the private sector is involved? Well, I'm not the one to decide, you know. We have the C4I, we have the intelligence, we have the information. Of course, for any approval, for any intelligence to flow to wherever it goes, must pass through DG, NIMASA, and other security agencies. But you should, definitely some of the information should flow. It is very important because we know from the past that in Israel, we had so many crises that we could not manage because of lack of intelligence and information. We had the information, but it didn't flow down. Same thing in the US. Take, you know, so many, we need to learn from the past. Information must flow. Now, definitely, the collaboration starts from the house. And this is why I mentioned NNPC, NIWA, but I'm sure that the Ministry of Transportation and the Minister of State of Transportation and the PAMSEC that is sitting here with us and supported and affected so much on this project, together with the Ministry of Defense and the Director of Joint Services in Ministry of Defense, they understand exactly what needs to be done. However, in Nigeria, it's a process and it takes time, which is, it makes sense because it's government organizations. But we have to use this opportunity and the success, and we have to try and move as fast as we can so we will not lose the momentum. As I mentioned, anything can change tomorrow. It's not that we are not ready, but we should not be surprised. If tomorrow something will happen, let us say, oh, okay, so we have 1 or 2 or 3 cases, the Deep Blue is a failure. No, it's a long process, is one after the other, is day by day. We are celebrating every day. And now we have come to 6 months with 0 cases. We are very happy. You know, every year it's getting better. But if more organizations will join, like NNPC, like NIWA, like NPA, you know, so NIMASA will not fight alone with the security agencies. There's a lot of things that can be done together, investments, and by the way, even the private sector should be, you know, supporting the efforts in order to increase capacity. This is my belief. Those companies are paying so much to, I don't know who, but now that the government set a structure that is working and working effectively, they should join the support and collaborate with the agencies and make it much easier for the government to do more about the safety and security in all kinds of terrain. As you mentioned, we call it deep blue because we are dealing with the blue water, but there is brown water and there is land. There are so many things to do and everything can be done. We've tested it and we saw it. So basically this is it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
As we start to wind down, okay, Hajia.
To be to Madam's question regarding these collaborations of a thing. I'm saying this because the issue of the inland waters keeps on coming back on and on. You know, because most of the agencies under transport within this time, I think it should be within this present dispensation, we are having a very good synergy and collaboration between DG, NIMASA, NPA, NIWA, and all the other agencies on the transportation. And I think almost on a monthly or every 2 months basis, they do have a meeting together at the individual backyard of each, maybe coming to NIMASA, go to NIWA, go to, and within that, they always do discuss things that that will try sort out most of these menace we're facing. So with that, because this issue of inland waterway keeps on coming up, I'm very sure DG Nimasa and MD Niwa are collaborating to see to how most of these infrastructures we have will be extended inland, so that we cover most of these things, because we may not want to, like kind of just dwell in and diverge into an aspect that is not purely ours. We have another agency that covers for that. And there is a strong collaboration, I'm very sure, between DG Nimasa, and a lot of things will be coming up in the near future as regards what they're trying to do.
All right, that's true because, okay, yeah, the permanent secretary that oversees Nimasa, the ministry, will also give us a feedback on collaboration. But like she said, it's unfortunate that the newer team are not with us here, but there's a better synergy today among head of agencies, maritime agencies in Nigeria. Like you said, there is this meeting, the whole, every 2 months. And the last one we just saw newspapers that they also met. So it's better today. We're going to hear from the permanent secretary. Where are you, microphone? Microphone, please. Yes, let's have. Yes, madam.
Thank you very much. Just to allay the anxiety and the fears, there's a lot of collaboration going on among the agencies. And for the Deep Blue Sea project and data sharing, we do share data with most of the international organizations when the information is needed. I think that was last month, we had the meeting of the GOG and the Shade. Remember that Nigeria has also enacted this SUMO law. So based on that, anybody who wants to try anything on piracy knows that they can be tried in the country, and some people have been convicted on that. These are really things that are keeping away people from wanting to have any pirate activities in the Gulf of Guinea. As we speak, I'm aware of 3 countries that have already indicated interest to come and study what we are doing here. 1 year may sound short, but the truth about it is that if you looked at the graph, before the Deep Blue Sea project got commissioned, Nigeria was already on the declining end of piracy because there were other intelligence activities that were going on in our waters. So we're also aware of the insurance charges, and as an entity, we are writing to say that Nigeria needs to be removed from the war zone because we are not a war zone. Evidences are there that piracy has declined over the last 4 years in the country to the level where we have 0 in the last 6 months. And we cannot keep quiet on that and allow people to continue to exploit us, so to say, and increase the cost of doing business in Nigeria. Most of the West African countries are covered under the Gulf of Guinea project that the Deep Blue project covers. And so we are providing protection even for the countries around us. So I don't think we have issues with collaboration, and we freely are sharing our data with the institutions that matter on water safety globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Salam Abi, we'll end with that so that we can give way for the next plenary. Dr. Salam, you have 1 minute.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I remain Salam. I'm having it in 2 ways. First of all, the lecturer discussed about the collaboration between the state and the federal government. I think Dr. Ajani needs to do something here. And what do I mean? The issue between NIWA and LASWA, we've got 2 agreements that we have signed now. And next time you see new people on the ground, they put those agreements aside. It's a very good thing we have deep sea project on now, and we have security in the area. I want to suggest that the littoral states like Lagos, Ogun, Ondo, Edo Delta Rivers, Bayelsa, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom can now have their own state fishing authority, so that when we do have that, we will have more employment, then we will be able to get our own fish, and it will be cheaper in the market, and the public can have this. So that's one side. The other side is that the issue of collaboration. If we take NIWA and LASWA off it, the lecturer should tell us which type of collaboration does he want, or does he think that we can do? Yes, we are having security now from 48, it's coming to 0. It's plus to Nigeria. How can we go about engaging ourselves, ensuring we are keeping that tandem? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doc. One is an advice, and I know you also know the processes of bringing that to the mainstream. That memo can come to the National Council on Transport, introducing the littoral states to have fishing authority is a very viable one, and the council can take that to FEC, and President Buhari wants to create jobs. It's one of a very strong point agenda of this government to create jobs. And as you rightly said, that will give us jobs. Well, it's an assignment you have given us, which I think this meeting is going to have a communique that can also come forth, which we work at. Unfortunately, NIWA is not here. I don't know how that happened. They handle the inland waterways, and it's very important when we talk about multimodality. Well, nothing spoiled. The permanent secretary is the leader. She's here. If there's anything that NIWA should know, be sure NIWA will hear, and we are working as one. Coming here is collaboration, and we are happy that commissioners are hearing this live to know that they are also a very major stakeholder in making sure the coastal lines are very safe. And NIMASA will also go home to hear that we also want the safe, this record to also come into the inland waterways. Abia has mentioned that they also have a length of waterway, and they also want to see safety even in the inland area. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Mr. Tar. Thank you for giving us those graphics to see how this money spent and the assets, both air, land, water assets, are being put into place with a ground command center to give us the results we are seeing today in safety in our waterways. Gulf of Guinea, everybody is happy. ECOWAS is happy that if Nigeria is safe, safety in Nigeria extends left and right, which is the Gulf of Guinea area. And thank you, the ship owner and our own brothers, the barge owners, who also were very, very instructive when we didn't see the road for trailers to move. The work of these guys really helped business in Nigeria to make sure goods come in and the containers also go to where they should go. Thank you, Director of Maritime Services. I can assure you, he was discussing the fact that the maritime stakeholders has taken some years, and one thing on his table is to make sure maritime stakeholders also have a platform to be discussing. And I want to believe when that discussion starts, a whole lot of things. It was in Warri we did the last one, so you have not joined us then. And I think the next one will not take much time to come on stream. Madam Blue, Deep Blue Projects. Well done for representing the DG very well in this program. And finally, Mr. Tar, thank you very much. Thank you. I like that presentation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this opportunity to discuss integrated maritime security. And thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you all. Photographers, what do we do? Okay. Mr. Tar, you are part of the team, so step up and join us. Where is the chair, Commissioners Forum? Please, can we go for the photograph so that the next team can take over?
Thank you. You can actually have the photograph up there in front of the banners.
All right.
Thank you very much. Please, we'll quickly spend the next 45 minutes thereabout for the next plenary. The topic will be developing strategic transportation master plan for states, the Lagos example, and the guest speaker will be Dr. Frederick Oladende, the Honorable Commissioner for Transportation, Lagos State. And in that regard, I'd like to invite him to step up. Also, the director, the panelists, the director, Transport Coordination and Planning, Federal Ministry of Transportation. I'd like to invite him. Mr. Daminola Emmanuel, the General Manager, Lagos State Waterways Authority. I'd also like to invite Abimbola Akinyajo, MD Lamata. Please let me also invite the Honorable Commissioner for Transport, Ogun State, Engineer Gbenga Dairo. Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator would be from the School of Transport and Logistics, Lagos State University, Professor Samuel Odewumi. So we would like to invite the moderator for his opening comments, and thereafter the Honorable Commissioner can have his address.
Can I sit on the floor?
Yeah, this is a very powerful team. And I think we have 3 head-hunted people from UK, the commissioner himself that was brought to Nigeria, Engineer Dairo, and my director at the ministry, Dr. Mrs. Ilori. So, and my friend at LASWA, Emmanuel. So we are going to have a good time, and I don't want to wait time because they are smuggling us into pre-launch. So let us hear the commissioner, then we listen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. So my job is to present to you the strategic transport master plan for Lagos State, how it was developed, and then we can then deliberate on some of the methodologies that we have used to actually put the whole thing together. So for those of you, can I have a presentation up, please? Sorry, can I have the presentation? Okay, so while they're trying to put that up, so just a quick description of Lagos. So I said previously that Lagos has over 22 million people. It's the smallest state in Nigeria. It contributes about 25% of Nigeria's GDP, and it's home to about 45% of the national skilled manpower of Nigeria. So it's a very important state. And so it's important that we get transportation right. So when you look at the population explosion in Lagos, and then you look at the movement in Lagos, you will begin to realize that congestion is increasing because there are a lot of people still coming into Lagos because of the prosperity or the economic power that Lagos portray. And if we're not careful, that population explosion will begin to constrain the growth of our economic activities. And it's important that we plan transportation in such a way that it's sustainable and we can then keep our economy going. It is forecast that by 2100, Lagos State will be 89 million. And you can imagine how you can move 89 million people in Lagos if we do not plan adequately. So can we go to the third slide, please? I just want to go to the next slide now. So just a description. So we generate about 24 million trips, of which close to 15 million are mechanized trips. By 2032, that would increase to 42 million. And when you look at the pie chart very quickly, you will see that only 19% are car trips, and those car trips are causing a lot of problems. 72% are catered for by downfalls. So if you have 50 million commuting trips being catered for by downfall, you can imagine the amount of downfalls that are required in Lagos to actually cater for those people, and they themselves will cause congestion. On average, when you simulate all this, we average about 18 kilometers per hour, which is very slow. In a developed economy, you need to average about 30 kilometers, and that's where we should be headed towards. So what's the plan for mobility in Lagos? Very quickly, to develop a new strategy to help improve accessibility for everyone across the state. We need to improve accessibility, how people get on our network, and then how we then move them to the next point en masse in a sustainable manner. Very importantly, we need to move people in such a way that we also reduce carbon emission. Transportation is the second biggest emitter of greenhouse gas, and it needs to be cut down. And then we need to optimize transport networks. So when you look at the way we drive, especially in Lagos, and you look at the rate of accidents, the number of trailers that shed their load on the road, you begin to understand that we are not optimizing the use of our networks system. So we quickly went to work, and then we developed a strategic transport master plan. But first of all, we started with a vision, which is to try and make public transport the dominant mode in Lagos. And I'll show you some of the modes that we're beginning to implement. But most importantly, integration is paramount. Nobody would ply your public transport if your integration is poor. Nobody wants to get on one mode and then only to wait for 45 minutes to an hour before they actually transfer to the next mode. So integration is very important. And if you go to the next slide, please. The strategic direction was to look at the different kinds of integration. So integration is not just about coupling modes together. So there are different aspects to integration that we need to look at. And the first one is location integration, which is ensuring that you have train stations, maybe water transport stations or bus stations within 500 meters of where people live, and you need to ensure that you cover the whole of Lagos. The second one is the timetabling integration, which is where we need to deploy intelligent transport system just to make sure that all the modes integrate their timetable in such a way that when you're getting off one mode, you don't have to wait more than 5 minutes to actually board the other. And then ticketing integration, which we successfully did about 2 years ago. This is where you have a card and then you can use that card for the various modes of transportation. Information integration, people need to be armed with information so that they can plan their journeys from home. That means that we need to continue to acquire information on the road to look at the best modes, etc., so that people can have options and then choose the one which is much more efficient for them. And land use transport integration, I'm surprised we haven't talked about that. That is very key. That is something that Lagos State has done very well, where we work with the people from the Ministry of Physical Planning, and then we integrate the land use plan with the transport plan in such a way that we get people to travel less or to travel short distances or to optimize the rail corridor, the BRT corridor, the bus corridors, etc. It's important that we bring in the private sector also, because government cannot do it alone, but obviously policies have to be in place just to make sure that we encourage the private sector. One thing that we're doing in Lagos, and then I'll show you the criteria, is to ensure that to drive greenhouse gas down, we need to begin to move our public transport from diesel to CNG and then eventually to electric. I'm happy to announce to you that we've signed an MOU with Oando, where we are piloting some CNG BRT buses through Lamata. And over time, we'll begin to transit all our BRTs to CNG and then to electric, to electric. So we have to begin to look at how we develop those infrastructure, partner with the private sector, just to make sure that the infrastructure is there to actually power this innovation. And most importantly, we need to look at ways to actually modernize or to modernize our network system. So bring in the rail, bring in BRT, water transportation, and then only build roads where you need to. We're not building roads because we want to build our people out of congestion, but we're building roads because it brings community together, it brings regeneration, etc. So there must be a purpose to why you're developing road, and not just for the sake of solving congestion, because people will simply buy more cars and then you begin to solve, you just keep going back to that problem again. So how do we ensure that we develop a robust plan to ensure that we move people sustainably from one point to the other? And this is where we have developed what we call the Lagos State travel demand model. So it's a 4-stage model. And what it requires is that you collect data, travel diary of people across the state. You need to understand the travel behavior of people so that you can then forecast what they're going to do in the next 5 years, 10 years, and then you can then begin to plan, develop infrastructure that will suit that travel pattern, rather than just developing randomly and then hoping that people will catch up with development. It's a 4-stage model. It's able to forecast what will happen in 10 years, 20 years, and then most importantly, it's able to calculate how much carbon emission that we emit, and then how much we can reduce our carbon emission based on the infrastructure that we propose. Next slide, please. So what's the criteria for ensuring that we implement the various projects that we're doing, the rail project, the BRT, etc.? So the first one is economic benefit. What's the cost benefit analysis? Who are the winners? Who are the losers? How do we compensate the losers? It's very important, because in the world of, this democratic world that we live in, it's important that everybody enjoys the benefit of democracy. So losers has to be compensated. So through the model, you're able to see how you can compensate them. The second one is the environmental analysis. How much greenhouse gas are we cutting down by bringing in BRT or by bringing in our rail? The third one is the social intervention. How does it contribute to poverty reduction? how many people will gain jobs, how many people have access to the network, how many people will be able to, participate in some other forms of economic activities or not. And then the last one is the financials, which is where the private sector comes in. Will this project be bankable for the private sector? Is it a viable project? Can they actually invest in this project? And in some cases, it could be that maybe the government has to bring in some what we call gap funding just to make the project bankable. So these are the kind of issues that you begin to look at before you can attract the private sector, and then you build something that is robust, something that is sustainable, something that would elevate your economy. Next one. So in running this model, we were able to come up with 6 rail lines, 1 monorail, 14 BLTs, some cable car projects, very interesting projects for the private sector, water transportation, which I'll talk about, and then most importantly, the bus reform. So when we started this project, we had about over 800 routes in Lagos. And based on this model, and then looking at how we want to make Lagos State much more functional, we were able to rationalize those routes to about 400. So that means that irrelevant routes were removed from our system, so that by the time you begin to franchise these routes to the private sector, they're not competing with other operators who are just informal, etc. We also looked at freight management, so trying to ensure that we have a freight route and then to optimize those freight routes, and that would enable people who have interest in freight to actually, invest along the corridor rather than just invest somewhere and then hoping that their goods will get to where they've located to. Most important in the strategic transport master plan is the deployment of intelligent transport system. How can we optimize our system? How can we make it effective? How can we make it efficient? And you will see that, which I'll talk about later, the travel card was one of them. The intelligent transport system is another one that we were able to deploy. LASWA was able to develop a control room to make it water transport safe. So these are information that you get by doing this kind of analysis, building a model, doing a cost benefit analysis, looking at the travel behavior of people, and then looking at how they will travel in future so that you can then provide the most adequate infrastructure that will fit. And then looking at the trends. So for example, the carbon emission, etc. How do you, what kind of infrastructure do you want to bring in? Next slide. So these are schematic diagrams. I will fly through these ones. So those are your 6 rail routes and 1 monorail. Next one, 14 BLTs, and you can see how they are spatially distributed. Next one, the 26 water routes. And then the next one is the connectivity areas. So it's very important that you identify where people will connect so that you can provide the various infrastructure required to ensure that people are comfortable at that connection point. So if people have to wait and maybe shop, etc., you can also plan for that. But what I want to do now is to begin to show what we have done based on this planning, based on the cost benefit analysis that we have done. Next slide, please. So of the 6 rail lines and the monorail that we propose, we have embarked on 2. One is the blue line from Okokomaiko all the way to Marina. It's in phases. And I think tomorrow the MD would talk a little bit more on that. But we're starting from Mile 2 to Marina, and we're going into passenger operation by the first quarter of 2023. Likewise, the red line, which starts from Agbado in Ogun State. And actually, the first phase will terminate at Oyingbo, and then eventually Marina. And the first phase of that would also be operational in, the first quarter of 2023. Next one, please. The next one is the BLT. So we started the first BLT in 2008. We extended it in 2015. That's from CMS to Mile 12, for those who know Lagos well. We extended it from Mile 12 to Ikorodu in 2015. And then about 2 years ago, we also commissioned the BLT from Oshodi all the way to Abule Egba. We also have other BLTs that we have commissioned. It's called the Lagos Badagry Expressway. It's still, I mean, there's still some rehabilitation work going on there, but that's the fourth BLT that Lagos State would have. And we are also ensuring that we move our vehicles from these 12 seaters, 18 seaters to 70 seaters. So we're going for mass transit rather than the smaller buses. But then the smaller buses do have their own function. Next slide, please. So these are the buses that will ply the major roads of Lagos. Next slide. And it was during the exhibition. So Lagos State is trying to reform its bus sector. So there will be 3 layers. The first one being the BLT. The BLT will ply collector routes. And then the last mile, these are the ones that go into the community and then bring people out to your BLT or to your collector buses. So the first and last mile scheme was launched last year, and you can see that. And it's also important that to attract the private sector, we franchise these routes to, we franchise routes to them, and then we monitor so that if other operators stray from their route to other routes, we can apprehend them. And that's why the control room and the deployment of ITS is very important. So next slide, please. So that's the ITS room in Lamata. There's a similar one in Laswa, which I will show also. Next slide. So we're beginning to provide information. We want people to have information when they're traveling. So at the bus stop, we're beginning to deploy boards like this that will tell you when the next bus will come. Next slide, please. And that's for the bus sector. So next one. So for water transportation, it's important that we ramp up our water transport mode. One of the problems that we had with water transportation was that it suffered from connectivity. And what we have done is we've connected it with the bus mode. So the first and last mile, every terminal would have a first and last mile or a park and ride park where people can drive in and then board the boats, and then at the destination, there will be a first and last mile to take them to their final destination. To also make it safer and to make people more comfortable, we have developed a control room that monitors the whole waterways. We are beginning to deploy gadgets such as USAVE that will rescue people. And then LASWA have developed its rescue and search unit where we're able to rescue people within a minimal period of time. So maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then they regulate and just make sure that people are safe. Next slide, please. So having proposed all this, I talked about the carry card. So the carry card can be used on any of this mode. When the rail comes up by first quarter next year, you'll be able to use the carry card there. The carry card can be used on the first and last mile, on your standard bus, on your BLT, as well as water transport. And next slide, please. So that's what the carry card looks like. I would encourage you to go to our stand and you get some more information on that. And also, a couple of months ago, we actually commissioned our taxi scheme. It's called the Lagos Ride. So what we're trying to do here is to give people options. You see, we need to develop a resilient economy. Building redundancy into your economy is that if there is a major accident, there are other options that people can use to get to their destination. And so we're giving people options, and the taxis that we have commissioned here are not taxis that just run around. You call them, and then they come to your home or wherever you want them to come, and then they take you to your destination. It's IT enabled. It's got a 360 security dash camera. Makes it safe, and then it has a panic button. So if you feel uncomfortable, you can press the panic button. It goes to our control center, and then you can then relay your message. So we're trying to use technology to make transportation safe in Lagos. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to quickly rush through these, and these will be the last slides. It's very important that with the amount of people that we have in Lagos, we give priority to public transport. And so we're beginning to develop our public transport in such a way that once you get to traffic lights or your segregated lane, we give priority to the buses, etc. So what you see here is a series of expansion of some of our junctions, increasing the capacity. So for example, for those of you who know Allen Avenue used to take about 164 cars per minute, but we've increased that junction to take about 500 cars per minute. So that it will reduce the delay at the junction. And then over time, as we build our quality bus corridor, etc., we'll begin to give priority to our public transport so that our public transport can be faster. Next slide, please. So we've done the same for Lekki first roundabout. Next slide, Lekki second roundabout. And all these are done using models just to, to stimulate how cars and vehicles would react or would interact at these various junctions. Next slide, please. So that's second, and that's Maryland. Next slide, Ikotun roundabout. Next slide, that's Abraham Adesanya. And then the next slide, please. So the last one I want to talk about is how we're using technology to enforce our traffic laws. So we have deployed AMPL cameras at various locations in Lagos. And the reason why we've done that is because we do not want any unauthorized drivers on our network. So if we have a vehicle that does not have the right papers, we have a right to seize that vehicle and to arrest that driver. And so the AMPL picks up your number plate, runs it through our database, and then check whether you have the right documentation or not. And so you have that across Lagos. And anybody picked up, there's a hefty fine to be paid. So what we're beginning to do is to bring discipline back on our network. Next slide, please. Also, we want to reduce the interference last mile with drivers, etc. So our last mile officials are being armed with what we call the traffic management system. Is like an AMPL handset. So, and when people break the law, they simply take a picture of that car, we run it on our database, and then we'll send a bill through your post. And that requires that we begin to develop our database just to make sure that we have the right people living in Lagos. Next slide. Next slide. So these are some of the integration points. So this is Marina. This is what Marina is going to look like in the next coming year. We're going to have 2 stations initially. And these are major integration points. So you're going to be able to use the rail there. There'll be a BLT below, and then there's water transportation on the side. So people have options. Next slide, please. This is just another pictorial view of Marina. And you can see that there's a car park also, so you can park, drop your car, and then take the rail, take the BLT, or take water transportation. So we're giving people options. Next slide, please. We're doing the same. So I'll leave that glass there. So for Marina, you can see that the rail station, and then you can see the bus station, and then just further down, there's also water station. So we're connecting the whole thing so that people can walk seamlessly from your rail to your BLT, to your bus, or to water transportation. So these are the kind of connections that we're beginning to make in transportation. So next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. So in conclusion, what are the benefits of the Strategic Transport Master Plan? We're beginning to deploy ITS to improve capacity and increase the speed on our network. And we've been able to do that using our model, using technology. By the time we implement the BLT, every community would have a station. It could be a bus station, water station, rail station within 500 meters of where they live. We're encouraging easy access to jobs and services. And then very soon, 80% of public transport journeys, which is less than 25 kilometers, will be completed within an hour. And most importantly, we're cutting greenhouse gas by 50% in the next 2 decades. Thank you very much.
I think he deserves another round of applause. Lagos undoubtedly is a center of excellence. And as I said at the initial takeoff, when you have somebody like Frederick and my sister here at Lamata, these are eggheads driving the strategic master plan of transportation in Lagos State. So he told us about the master plan itself, about the aspect of integration, about the PPP, about moving from diesel to eventually electric, and the project they have done, the elements of it, and the benefits. So I don't want to go into details and recap what he has beautifully presented. So I think what I will do is I will throw down questions and I will now ask people to pick as it belongs to them. That's the only way I can go, because if I say we should be going one by one now, I will be asking individual questions. I think it will take some time. Now, I've given Dr. Frederick expo on my question. I wanted to ask the question the time I did my own. I said, but let me reserve it for this time. That is the issue of your transport policy. Strategic master plan is quite beautiful, but strategic master plan is a subset of the entire transport policy. So we think you should flesh it up in order to give people who are not the technocrats in Lamata a general overview of where we are going. So my question on the floor, which all of these people, because these are my essentially Lagos family people, except Dr. Ilori from Abuja. All others are, even Dr. Dairo, Engineer Dairo is also a Lamata person. So they can all answer. And because Lagos and Ogun State is now the same system, transportation-wise, there is no way you can plan. So those who are smart in picking the two of them to handle Ogun and Oyo, I think it was divine inspiration that made them make him commissioner in Ogun, make him commissioner in Lagos, whereas they were all ex-product of Lamata, and Lamata is seated here. So it's my joy to drop the first question. Because the guest speaker today, myself, himself, Professor Aseneme, Dean of Transport, about 4 or 5 years ago. So where is it now? And when you are talking of this transport policy generally, Dr. Dairo, how is Ogun key into the strategic master plan of, because Lagos and Ogun, they are twins in this respect. And what are you doing in Ogun that could have direct impact on Lagos and vice versa? Of course, it's within the same system. And the director, and so Lamata too, in what way is your subset strategic master plan feeding into the transport policy of Lagos State? And Dr. Ilori, so the question is, how is Lagos State and federal government going to work together, because Lagos is the hub of transport system? There should be an handshake as you are coasting home, as the permanent secretary said, with your transport policy, although we are supporting you with prayer and fasting, because we know there are so many stumbling blocks along the way. So how are you getting to home and ensuring that the subnationals within the system are abiding to the transport policy? And Emmanuel, that's Director Laswa. My question is, within this strategic master plan generally, where is water? What are you doing to, I know, but for the benefit of the audience, where are you in the strategic master plan? So, and I think the MD Lamata, you're already in the center of the whole thing. So where are you now and where are you going? And are you buying into the transport policy? So I think I will start from the right, Engineer Dairo.
So, Mr. Professor, thank you very much for your question. I think it's widely recognized that Ogun State and Lagos State are very much interconnected, as we just observed. And that's one reason why the leaders of both states some months ago initiated something called the Lagos Joint Development Commission, in recognition of the fact that Ogun State being the gateway state, Lagos State being one of our closest neighbors. In fact, as far as Lagos is concerned, Ogun State is the only neighbor it has. And therefore, there's not much that will happen in Lagos that may not have an impact on Ogun State. And vice versa, what we do in Ogun State is also like to have impacts in Lagos. Hence the Lagos Joint Development Commission. And transportation in particular is a major component of that relationship that has been formalized, which we know already exists informally. In fact, as we speak, we are busy dealing with the fallouts of the bans of Okada in Lagos and how that is impacting our person in Ogun State, further giving testimony in relation between both states. So we are well aware that there's that connectivity. But we also have pains to let people understand that Ogun State is not Lagos. Whilst we see Lagos as more or less a city state, largely metropolitan in nature and character, in our state, there's a great wide population, rural population in our state. We also have urban populations, of course, and our urban populations are a bit, they have a different character also with Lagos. Our cities are, 500,000 population, 300,000 population, nothing as much as 22 million as we have in Lagos. But we have urban areas in Lagos, also in Ogun State, that border with Lagos. Places like Akute, Lagbara, and so on, where the boundaries between Lagos and Ogun are very blurred. And therefore, we approach transportation in Lagos, as in Ogun State, from the lens of the area where we are concerned about, the border cities or border local governments in Lagos, our rural population, and our independent urban cities and towns in Ogun State, such as Abeokuta, Ijebu-Ode, Ilaro, and so on. So, planning transport in Ogun State, we have to have that mindset. But I'm glad you mentioned the issue of policy, because whether we like it or not, the issue of policy has to come first, and I agree with you with that. The character of transportation in our country at large, in our states, Lagos included and Ogun State included, are unique in nature. Let me put it that way. They are unique in nature. The governments of our country invest heavily in the road network, heavily. And they never, or we never, let me classify myself as part of that government, we never view it as necessarily a market-driven investment. Whereas we tend to have this view of transportation as a sector that must be prepared to pay for itself. So when we talk amongst ourselves, even in government circles, that will lead to I don't want to use the word subsidize because it has a very dangerous connotation sometimes. But we need to put some money into transportation, areas of transportation, whether it's purchases of rolling stock, vehicles, regulation of transportation, road signs, and so on. Just as we invest in road systems, that we should just do something quite similar. Also in transportation, we meet a steep barrier at the roadblock. Hence, the issue of policy is important. So we need to view our challenges, understand our challenges, and therefore develop appropriate policies and vision that enables us to meet our particular unique
nothing to add. MD Lamata, please take your turn.
So thank you very much. And so we're going to look at, like you said, how is the STMP feeding into the transport policy of Lagos State, and where exactly are we with regard to implementing the strategic transport master plan? So maybe we should take the second question first. Where are we with implementing the strategic transport master plan? One thing I should say about the master plan is that for Lagos, it's a living document. We continuously update the document to reflect the development within the city. We hear every day how Lagos's population is growing, how congestion is becoming a problem. So to that end, we cannot use a document that was created, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years ago and say that that is a document that will sit sacrosanct forever. So what Lamata does regularly is to update that strategic transport master plan. In fact, so the master plan as we know it is up to the year 2032 currently. And what we're doing this year is to update that document so it will go up to the year 2040. As the commissioner said, we have to design the master plan to be able to anticipate the growth and begin to implement and develop policies and regulatory frameworks to address what we expect to happen, having carried out all the modeling issues that we need to be able to inform us to do the work that we have. And the major responsibility for Lamata is to plan the way that the transport system within Lagos should look like, the transportation system should look like. So when we look at the master plan, it speaks to every mode. Lagos is blessed, we have water. So therefore, the master plan speaks to every mode of transportation. And the one thing Lagos is big on, and that is the topic for today, is multimodal transportation and integration of that multimodal transportation. And that is the key responsibility that Lamata is driving, to ensure that we develop all three modes of transportation and ensure that there's connectivity between it. The commissioner spoke to various ways in which we can connect. And what Lamata is doing is ensure that those things are in place. So we have fair connectivity, we have location connectivity. And so therefore, when I am looking at a rail system, for instance, I'm ensuring that the buses connect to it. And where I can, I connect to the water system. And all of those are the things that Lamata is ensuring that we put on ground. So for instance, Dr. Frederick, the Honorable Commissioner mentioned it, we're building 2 of the rail lines. We are building a number of BRT lanes. We are building what we in Lagos are calling the quality bus corridors, which will be feeders to the BRT lanes. The BRT lanes travel on dedicated transportation, on dedicated lines. The quality bus corridors will be corridors that will be public mass transportation friendly. So the buses will have, though they mix with traffic, they will, when they get to an intersection, they will have priority. And what they are supposed to do is to prioritize public transportation. And I like what Dr. Fred said, the vision for Lagos is to prioritize mass transportation, to prioritize public transportation such that everything that we're speaking to, I mean, we all say transportation is what drives the economy of any city. And I think that is testament in Lagos. Until we begin to move people, the potential that actually is Lagos will not be realized. No matter how affluent we say Lagos is, there's a lot to be tapped. And that tapping can only happen when people are able to move, goods are able to move freely without congestion. And we're never going to build ourselves out of congestion. We're never going to do it by building more roads. We need to begin to look at moving people en masse outside of just the road infrastructure, but all the other forms of transport system, the rail, the water, and indeed the road, but not for private cars, usually for mass transportation with buses. Now, for us, we key into everything that is policy driven, because as against just also mechanized transportation, we have to have non-motorized transportation. Lagos must citizens, and this is probably one of the reasons why Okada became a prolific problem in the state, because people found it difficult to walk within the city. All of our walkways have turned into marketplaces, they have turned into vulcanizers' yard, they have turned into everything but what they were supposed to be. So part of what Lamata has also done in conjunction with the ministry is to develop a non-motorized transport policy. And all of those things obviously are feeding into this state policy, the holistic vision for Lagos. We really, we work as a team with our parent ministry to ensure that our implementation is in line with the policies that they are spitting out and which we are helping them to put in place. So from Lamata's perspective, apart from planning, we also have the responsibility to implement, and that's what we're doing. But we also largely have the responsibility to regulate the buses. So we work with a lot of private sector. We work with bus operators who will operate the buses, but we will ensure that we put regulatory framework in place to be certain that our regulated bus services will be as good as anywhere in the world. So from Lamata's perspective, we have three major responsibilities. We will plan, we will implement, and we will regulate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Because I think she has really gone to town. The only thing I will tell Emmanuel is Frederick has given us a big menu. So what we are doing is snacks. So because he has discussed also because we are delaying people's lunch, please make it a compressed response, your water efforts.
Okay, thank you very much. So for us on the waterways, is the two key factors have emerged. Initially, it was passenger movement all this while, but we've seen recently in a bid to decongest Apapa access, the cargo movement as well. So for us as an authority, of course, working with under this strategic master plan, we've had to, based on research and ongoing feasibility studies, which are funded both locally and internationally, we have identified that there's a need to upgrade the infrastructure across the state. Lagos State, as you know, has 20 local governments. 15 of them are currently accessible by water. And there's infrastructure in pretty much each of these local governments. And when they were built back in the day, they were built as community jetties, which were concrete jetties. So to upgrade them now, one of the things we've had to do is attach what we call floating jetties, which will enable embarking and disembarking of passengers much easier. That is currently going on. 15 major jetties and terminals across the state are being upgraded, both for passenger movement. We're now trying to see how we can acquire land by the side of it. I know Commissioner spoke about land integration as well in the plan for transport, so that we can also accommodate not just passenger transport, but also cargo transport, because the amount of areas for cargo transport is limited. And what we're having is a lot of people are converting their land spaces to cargo, which is not allowed, which the state government frowns at. And of course, after infrastructure, the next thing which we need to look at, which will help boost water transportation, is safety systems. And the Commissioner has highlighted that we currently have a command and control center, which is going to help us monitor all of the activities on the waterways. It shows us all of the activities
and also helps us begin to gather data to be able to make informed decisions going forward. And of course, moving on to that is to ensure that at each of our jetties, there is that connectivity with now intermodal with the buses, and eventually multimodal with not just buses, but also the rail eventually as well. And finally, which is very, very important, is the water transport sector is largely dominated by the informal sector. And we are trying to formalize that informal sector to ensure that we can, have, of course, better ferries and a more organized system. That's currently ongoing. We know that the informal sector have currently just put together themselves and have formed a cooperative. So it's easier for government to even now support them. And of course, while not discouraging new operators to come in as well with more advanced ferries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ilori Mercy is our Oga Patapata at the top. That is the director of transport coordination and planning. And when she's coordinating us. So how are you coordinating us, Dr. Ilori?
Thank you very much, sir. I want to sincerely commend Lagos State, no doubt for the landmark achievements recorded. Notable and should be replicated by commissioners here present in their respective states. Like we have all been saying, planning, that is national transport plan policy, it's something that set the tone, the pace, the goal of where do you really even want to be? How do you want to get there? It has a framework that covers all that we've been talking about, including even gender, even the new eventualities of zero emission and so many other things. Yes, unfortunately, it's always been draft, but we are at the tail end of securing that document for approval. When the delay was there, the ministry also went into road transformation program that is coming out as an executive order to be able to put some sanity on this road. Now, the transport master plan. This is a plan, it's a blueprint that provides a coordinated approach to planning, to implementation and monitoring of transport infrastructures across the nation. And that, as we've all been saying, transportation is the engine, is the enabler of economic growth and development of any country. And so for all the sectors are connected to, it's a deriver that links up every sector of the nation, of the whole world itself. And so there's need for us, and you were asking, how do we relate with like Lagos State and other states of the Federation? So the federal does not only relate with only Lagos State, but the 36 states and FCT. And we have a body. Yes, this is an offshoot of that body, which is Community National Forum, is an NGO, yes. But the main body is the National Council on Transportation. And in that council, it's the highest decision-making body that is chaired by the Honorable Minister, and commissioners are members, and that's why they have their voting right. They have a right to bring issues to burner, into front burner, things that they need, or they need policies or directions or decisions to be made at the federal level that will affect the state and the local government. If your state did not come, if decisions taken at that level, if there's a quorum, is binding. And so you now look at the PAMSEC is the chair of the technical session, and permanent secretaries of all the states in charge of transportation are also member of that body. And then there are the coordinating planning directors who do the groundwork. And it's an interagency, interministerial council that people come in from agriculture, from works, from housing, and bring everyone together to bring to bear what do we need to do as a nation to get to where we need to be. And then the master plan majorly is what centers on multimodal
an integrated transportation system that connects all the modes of transportation. When we are talking about the different modes, we are talking about the rail, we are talking about the aviation, we are talking about the water, and we are talking about even pipeline. And the last one we had last year was done in Kano State. And there was decisions that were taken. The communique was widely circulated. In fact, because of even the communique and to fast track the implementation, we even had to make even a visit to the Secretariat of the Commissioners Forum, just trying to say we need to push the implementation of these things. And I'm happy because, like the Transport Master Plan, yes, is even at the very, we are reviewing it already because of so many eventualities that is in place, and a lot of the things that have even not been implemented by several states. Lagos State have taken a major chunk, they've gone ahead of a lot of it, particularly linking the road to rail and to water. You are asking how do we link? Yes, the federal government construct the rail lines connecting interstate, that is state from state to the other. There's a right of way that they need to take from the government, from the federal, which they've had 6 lines already, and they have picked up 2 already on the, and will soon become operational, while the other ones will come on stream. So that is to say that, you know, when we are talking about public transportation system, it's part of the heartbeat of government, because when you can move people, when you can move the goods, when all these things are connected and interconnected together, then we can be talking about development, we can be talking about of better life for the citizen, we can be talking about job, you know, because, and then you saw that we also even went into even places that does not have water, there are the dry ports, just to be able to, and rails are connected to them. And so the goal and the days of working in isolation, we must talk to one another. Another thing, before I stop this mic, is to say that we must carry along the local governments, because they handle 51% of the road. And then the state government has 27%, federal has only 22%. So we cannot be saying everything is federal. That's why I like the example of Lagos and the reason why we came here, that other states need to carry, because a lot of things, it will bring revenue, it will bring job creation, it will bring the easier movement. As you come from the air, you land, you take your rail or you take your road, and it will turn around time of people, of goods. All this, and so many other benefits that will come into it if we key into it. So there's need for us to move the nation forward. We cannot be saying it's not doable. And then security, the ITS, that's intelligent transport system, demands that we must monitor. This will go a long way to put a stop to insecurity, particularly in the nation. You will discover that from a control room, like my PAMSEC said earlier, when we had a visit to road safety, there's a lot of things. In fact, from there, we are depending on how we want to connect to it. The frameworks are there, I'm telling you, and we need to run with the vision. We need to know that posterity is waiting for us to move the nation forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. My commissioner, Dr. Frederick.
Okay, thank you very much. So you asked the question of where we are with the policy. So I would say that simply that it's in draft form. And let me just give you the reason why. So when we came in, we had a number of issues that we needed to deal with. We felt that the policy wasn't very strong on integration, and we needed to strengthen that aspect. The second one is the fact that we were dealing with how to develop a resilient economy, a resilient network. And coupled with the team's agenda that the governor brought in, we felt that we needed to incorporate that into the policy. So we then made the decision that, okay, we'll wait, we'll incorporate those, we'll make sure that we develop a robust policy before we implement it. So the policy is in draft form now. It would be, the intention or the aim is to launch it within the next 2 months. I think the governor wants to commission that policy. So there is a policy, obviously, back in the strategic transport master plan. And let me just remind you that let's remember that there is a draft national policy that we'll be working with also. It's just that the federal government had not ratified it into law. So we've been working with that draft national policy. So we're working in tangent with what they're trying to do. And hopefully their policy, I'm sure it won't be radically different from the draft policy. Our policy will be consistent with them. So we're not rushing to issue out a policy. We must develop a policy that is robust, that stands the term of time. I mean, that will back our strategic transport master plan, because we are continuing to develop that master plan. And it's a policy that we want people to be proud of, so that when the next administration comes in, they will say, okay, yeah, this guy really did justice to that. So we're really doing a professional job in making sure that a robust policy is released for Lagos State. So be rest assured, we are releasing that policy soon.
I mean, another round of applause for the commissioner. I'm thrilled that it is coming out eventually, but I will say something just for the my permanent secretary, Dr. Ilori, and the commissioner. There is a proverb in my town. I cannot say it the way we used to say it, because it will take me a whole day to explain it. But it's sufficient to say that I will build my house like a cocoa house, my compound like a NITEL building. If you are not very careful, you will not build anything. When it comes to master plan, you cannot get it out as a perfect document. Professor Charles, we were in Bangladesh. They were on it for years until they said, look, let us stop here, then we will start building, because matters will be arising. So let us pronounce anywhere we are. That's why I'm glad that they say in the next 2 months, and I hope, because it's very easy for you because you are the driver's seat, but for Dr. Magdalene Ajani and Dr. Mercy and all those in the Federal Ministry of Transport, it's not so easy for them. But as I said, we are supporting them with prayer and fasting. Get the document out. The day you get it out, start the review, so that all of us can continue to have a buy-in. As long as it remains inchoate, people will still not be able to buy into it, especially commissioners all over the country. So we thank you that you said within a few months we have it. So let me follow the track that has been laid, a male and a female. Comments? Okay. Sorry, Dr. Taiwo and my princess, but I will have to time my princess, because she has a lot to say. But there are times when you have a lot to say, but there is no time to say it.
Yes.
So please make it brief in 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Princess Mulikat Fenitola Sani, the CEO of Mulifelong Motors, and also the former president of Ceuta and the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, former chairman, Transport Group of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. In fact, I'm highly delighted to be here this afternoon for this presentation. It's very, very educative. And this is not the first time. We've been doing this from the National Transport Council, which is the federal, for almost about 20 years, if I'm not mistaken. But what I just discovered in our daily sitting, we're talking of transport policy. Almost every year, we do go for national transport policy. We took our time with sleepless nights. After talking, we make a communique. We do everything to get it done. I remember in 2013, we invited almost all states when our former governor, Fashola, was here. We are all here. We didn't, nobody of us, we couldn't be able to sleep, just to make sure that transport is the key. No transport, no economy in all over the world. So what can we do to add more value to all these things? And we go to other parts of the country and we see the way they've been running their own system. It's only we here that we kept on singing the same song. I think transport policy is the key way to success. We make a presentation. We have all the professors. We have all the elites in the system. They will write a lot of papers. At the end of the day, nothing will be forthcoming. I think it's high time. I appreciate Lagos State and some other states. The reason why, when we have mass transit, during the time of IKEA. Where are they today? They went under. We have LMTS, the same problem. Now we are now having BRT. People just went to go and burn all those buses. Is that a country that belongs to us? If there is a standard rules and regulation, and we are implementing our transport policy, if we go along, look at Okada now. They were talking of Lagos State. Okada is a national transport policy because we are at a meeting and we all said at that sitting that they should eradicate Okadas now. When they are talking now, they will say it's Lagos State. When they do this, it's Lagos State. We have merit and demerits in all this transport mode of system. I think it's high time for we to stand up and make sure that we have a standard, what we call transport policy. So it will go a long way and enhance growth with the development of our nation.
Thank you very much. Dr. Taiwo, salam.
Thank you very much, Prof. First of all, I want everybody to help me thank two people on that platform, Engineer Dairo and Honorable Commissioner Transportation, Dr. Fred. Please help me give them a round of applause. There hasn't been any time I respect people, but I respect them because they have done very well for Lagos State. They are the mastermind and the brain behind the transport strategy, transport master plan of Lagos State. So we thank you very much. Lagos State thanks you. But I've said it earlier, and I'm going to repeat it here. When we have this strategic transport master plan on ground, it's a master plan. Something must drive it, just like you have the cat and the horse. Where is the horse to drive the cat? And that is the policy. We struggle very hard to get policy out. We work out together to get this thing out. And what is a policy? It's a living document that you can review as the time comes on. And this strategic transport master plan that we have on ground, we cannot do it alone. I am not a politician. But what we are seeing in Lagos today started during the time of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu when he created Lamata. And this is what they are bringing out for us. And that's how we've been developing from rail to road to water. And we need to technically ensure we advance to this. When Malaysia said Singapore should go, Singapore left. But because they have policy, Malaysia is begging them. Now it's not up to them. So we need to have this policy, whether it's good or bad, and let us start something. I joined Federal since 1996 to start the policy. Up till now, the policy is yet to see the light of the day. Are we going to say the same in Lagos when we have already moved ahead? I want to please beg that, Honorable Commissioner, as you have said, let the policy come out, and by the grace of God, we'll also come together and review it. I can be living in Ibadan or Abeokuta, and I'll be working in Lagos. I will surprise you that I will get to my desk before the people in Lagos come out and go to office. Why? Because Lagos-Ibadan road is there, rail is there. We're also bringing red line. The blue line is also coming in. All this rail is being done by Lagos State and Lagos State alone. But where there is a policy, I can come to you. Okay, I want to take up the green line. I want to take up brown line. I want to take up other line. The first document I will ask from you is, where is your policy? So it is the policy that will talk about my investment, that will talk about the maintenance, that will talk about everything. But if that document is not on ground, you can shift ground in future. So that is why we need PPP to be able to drive this in and move very well. Not just stop Ogun State, from Abeokuta, from Ijebu, the Ishagamu, to join us in Lagos by rail. So that is one aspect of it. Again, the policy should be able to discuss about the transport cadre. It's very, very important. We have engineers, we have doctors, even town planners, they have cadres. We need to professionalize the ministry. The last time we were in Makurdi or the National Council on Transport, we discussed this issue. And it is an opportunity now that the permanent secretary, Dr. Mrs. Ajani, is here. Please, we need a memo for executive and for the minister to sign to all the state governors that they should professionalize the Ministry of Transportation. Transport is life. If you are not sick, you don't need to see doctor. If you don't build house, you don't need engineer, you don't need town planner, but you use transport every day. So it is very, very important. Now, it is under this, I want to talk about where is the cable car? Where is the monorail? Where is all these things that we have discussed about? We are unable to achieve them because there is no policy. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As I thank my panel, which is a wonderful panel, you want to make a point? Okay, the big masquerade wants to make a comment. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Federal Ministry of Transport, Dr. Magdalene Ajani.
Thank you, Professor Salam. Just to let us know that in 2019, the transportation cadre was approved by the National Council on Establishment, and a circular has been released to that effect. So we have that cadre existing in service today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I thank Engineer Dairo and other members of the panel, one thing I will say before I go your names one by one again, this one is easy for me to translate. Tabafi ogorun odun pile were odun wo la fe bugi je. When you start practicing madness for 20 years, when are you going to enter market? to actualize. So it's with a plea that it is time the transport policy is out. So Engineer Dairo, I thank you. I've been thanking him. Himself and the commissioner, they were those who are coming to LASU School of Transport and Logistics to teach free. In fact, they will give the students they are teaching money. So you are a model, you are an icon. We thank God for your lives. Continue to do the good, great things you are doing. MD Abimbola Akinajo, if I'm right, you are an Amazon, because in that field is a field for the real men and women. We admire you because Lamata drives the system in Lagos State. Emmanuel, the great man on water, the Lord is your strength. Mommy water will not torpedo your boat. He's really doing great. He has given us errand job to go and look for data for them, and is using them. That's why we are glad. Give us some relevance that they have the School of Transport to do data gathering for them. Dr. Mercy Ilori, that's wonderful. You are always there. And your commitment with Phil and others in that ministry and the permanent secretary has really turned around, because some of the things we used to do, that transport commission, commissioners council or something, or summit, was dead for about 2-3 years. So these Amazons, they woke it up with support of people like Phil from the ministry. My commissioner, the Lord is your strength as you drive a very difficult terrain. You have my sympathy and condolence as you are fighting the Okada, and I wish you success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll quickly take a group photograph, and once we're done with the photographs, we'll do a quick presentation. And please, we'll go to lunch. Please, cards have been given for every other person who will take this step. For our dignitaries, the honorable commissioners, the permanent secretaries, directors, our guest speaker. Please, we'll go by the front, but every other person who has a card will go by my left. I thank you as you do so. Please, we'll quickly make the presentation. Please, we'd like to invite Engineer Dairo. Mr. Damilola Emmanuel. Director, Transport Coordination and Planning, Federal. Okay, she's there. Please, MD Lamata. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite all the Honorable Commissioner. Thank you, ma'am. Please, the Permanent Secretary, ma'am. All the Honorable Commissioners, Permanent Secretaries. Oh, the Honorable Commissioners, sir. Please. So please, every other person who has a card, please, to my left. The Permanent Secretaries, the Honorable Commissioners, Directors, Managing Directors, Directors General, please to my right. Lunch is served. But please, you will need to give a card. Please, we'll be reconvening in another 30 minutes so we can wrap up for the day.
Hello? May I have your attention, please? So we are closing today. We have to reconvene tomorrow by 9 a.m. Tomorrow is going to be better because of there's no opening ceremony. So we'll commence at the right time, and then we hope to finish at the right time because of the gala nights and award ceremony. So we want to wish all of you very restful nights. Good night, everybody. Thank you for coming today. God bless you.